All right. Welcome to CLS After Dark, live from planet Earth, third rock from the sun. Hey, I'm already laughing. We got a good group of guests tonight, a very fun, again, edutainment, an adult table conversation, talking about the fourth estate, the media. But the reason I'm laughing is because we had phone issues, and then we're doing this back and forth on the light. And then it's like, come on, man, we got to go live. Let's just stop dicking around. So it's going to be a good, hopefully you guys and gals who are watching enjoy it. As always, make comments, ask questions, interject with your own opinions. We're just all adults. But this is a very serious conversation. We're talking about media. And I might make a prediction here about what I think 2025 is going to look like with the media, but writ large, kind of a general conversation about the pros and cons of media in today's modern society. All right. All right. And there's already some comments. So I'm just going to, before I introduce our guests, I'm just going to read, we had Gene just saying woo. We got Henner Ben signing in from Minnesota. That's what I like. Sign in from where you're from, folks. Snowshoe Dave checking in from Motown, my town, get down. All right. I think most people know where Motown is. And then we got Gene saying he's too busy working out the dwarf to distance ratio. All right. Well, that's going to come up tonight too. We do have a little bit of housekeeping from last night's loadout live. Wasn't really a loadout, but we do have a contest going on. John, aka Gimli. So we'll just kind of see where we are in that, because there haven't been a lot of comments. I think there's only been 4 comments so far. But my thought is, hey, if those are the only people who commented, then that was we had, hey, we said make a comment tomorrow night. We're picking a winner. Well, it's tomorrow night now. So, all right. Hey, boys. Gimli, you've been on before, but, just as always, let's just do a quick around the circle. Just, introduce yourself, say what you're willing to talk about, and, say about yourself, and then we'll bring it back down to learn me something, and then we'll get kicking. Go ahead there, Gimli.
All right. My name's John. HVAC tech, father of 2 boys, 12 and 14, former Marine. And met my wife 2 weeks before I went to Iraq, and I've been with her ever since. That was about 20 some years ago. So 22 years ago.
Yeah, you better get that right. Just in case she's watching. You better remember how long we've been married, you son of a bitch. All right. That's all you got for tonight? Yep. All right. Learn me something.
All right. Well, I'm Learn Me Something. I actually reside on the Red Little Island in the city of New York, and married for coming up on 10 years this August. I can't really tell you too much about the other aspects of my life because I want to kind of keep things on the low, but as much as possible. But that's where I'm going to leave it.
Hey, good enough. Good enough. Hey, boys, thanks for being here tonight, taking the time away from your families to share your opinions with everybody. And I just want to kind of use that as maybe our kind of segue before we get started. For anybody watching, again, it's an open invitation. John and Anthony, John's been on the program a couple times now, the loadouts mostly, but he's been on a couple times. Anthony, first time, but Anthony's been really doing yeoman's work and helping out over on the Gear Chat, posting videos, showing people how to make, I don't know, are you making one of those crazy drinks? Are you having one tonight?
I actually have at the side here that coquito that I made. I've got a little bit of that here, and I've been swigging a little scotch in the meantime.
All right. Well, that's probably going to come up in the conversation. So he shared this recipe of how to make that, not the scotch, but the other drink.
No, the coquito.
Now, hang on, guys, just real quickly. Sorry, my phone's on vibrate, and this gentleman, I know he knows we're in the live stream, so I'm just going to call him back and harass him because it's Friday night, and that's what friends do, right?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you're on speakerphone with me and everybody in tonight's live stream. So what's going on, brother?
I just wanted to call you real quick.
By the way, did I mention everyone can hear you? Are you really going to ask me a question right now?
Yes, that is even better.
Yeah.
Is that Redbeard?
It's Redbeard. Oh, yeah. Sorry, boys and girls. This is Redbeard. I guess he didn't get the invite for tonight's live stream, so he's deciding to call in just so we know. Do you want to come on the live stream, Redbeard?
If I can hop up real quick, Yeah.
Okay, I'll shoot you the link in a couple seconds. Let me just get these going. It's going to be a good conversation, so we'll be happy to have you. And then that way, your interruption seems more like, oh, Mark forgot to send me the link. So
It was totally planned.
it was planned. All right. Okay. Hey, let me just give me a couple minutes. Let me just get everybody kind of going and get this moving, and then that'll give me a chance, and I'll hop over and I'll send you the link.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
See, now, seriously, where I was talking, what I was talking about when that just happened was if you want to be on one of these lives, whether it's the Loadout Live or on the CLS After Dark, you know, you don't have to have, like, we're all human beings. You're like, your opinion and your thoughts matter, especially if you come at it and approach it with a cogent, logical, adult table perspective. You don't have to have been a, you know, Delta Force ninja cyborg assassin, you know, to have an opinion that, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to send Redbeard a link. It's almost like we planned that. You know, I wish that would have been true. I wish I would have had the foresight today. And John knows what I'm talking about. And so does, hey, can I just tell a quick joke, guys, before we get going? Because this is media too. I swear to God, every time Learn Me Something calls me, and I swear he's got like a hidden camera something. He calls me at the word, and I'm like, and it's now a joke, like, you know, like, yes, that's right, I'm pulling into the grocery store, or yes, I'm about to like turn on the heat knife and make noise, I got to cut webbing. So, I mean, you're pretty good at that there, sir.
Yeah, I think I have really bad timing. I think that's really the crux of the problem.
Hang on. Okay, so as we get into this, now Gene just made a comment about something we must have said, John. And then he said about if you had the dates wrong, probably about how long you've been married. Then your wife sets the new world record for dwarf chucking. And then Gene's on fire again already. Is there going to be another night with Gene? And then now he's saying the 4 beards of the new world order. But we wouldn't be the new world order, though. You know, no, I like Snowshoe Dave better. We're the ring wraiths. Yeah, I like that. That's a little better. All right. Hey, let's kind of start it off. I'm going to send Redbeard the link. We'll get him over here in a couple minutes. But, you know, Anthony, again, you know, everybody, you're all welcome here. If you want to come on as a guest, you know, we're all people. We all have opinions, right? We'll just keep them adult. Anthony, you know, I talk to Anthony when I'm going into the grocery store and shit like that. But, you know, Anthony lives in a part of the country that, you know, look, I know this is, I'm kind of making generalizations, but that we would associate with a certain mindset or political perspective. John comes from another part of the country. I come from a different part of the country. You guys all come from different parts of, you know, the country or the world, you know, different country altogether, you know, not just necessarily one of the 50 states, but, you know, maybe our 51st state or our 52nd state, or maybe we go back and look at that whole revolution thing and we join forces again and you guys can be the 54th state. But wherever you're from, obviously I'm having a little bit of fun. But we all have our personal experiences and our perspectives that our own personal lives shape. Tonight we're going to talk about the media. There's pros and there's cons. I've got some positive things, and I've said this many times. This right here is this is a positive. I think this is a net positive for society when we as individuals from so many diverse backgrounds, ethnicities, countries, you know, all that stuff can come together, even though it's not here, we're not drinking a beer and shaking hands, but we are in the virtual world having a beer and shaking hands. I think that's a very positive aspect, and where media can go in a very positive direction. And not that I'm not sure how much AI we're going to talk about tonight. I personally think that evil is very concerned about AI and wants to control it. And that's media. And then that's going to kind of snowball into what we see mainstream or dinosaur media doing. Because if you lose control of the narrative, if you lose control of the truth, you know, one side is going to lose bigly, to use that word, you know, or hugely. So, and it isn't going to be the side of righteousness, truth, freedom, good, whatever. Evil, if AI was left alone to do what it could do, and if reporters, journalists were held to account for not doing their job and not actually learning, being, you know, investigative journalists, not reporting the truth, we would be in a very different world. And that's going to be kind of the premise of part of the conversation tonight. John, I hope I kind of set you up, because you John really kind of got me going on this is the subject for tonight through some of our conversations. You want to kind of go ahead and take it, and then I mean I know where you're going, and so I'm not going to be ignoring you, but I'm going to send Redbeard the link at the same time.
Yeah. So as Mark said, we were talking earlier this week, figuring out about what we were talking about, and we like most of our conversations an hour later we're somewhere else down a rabbit hole. And I was bitching about something I seen on TV or something like that. So we started talking about this, and I'm like, all right, this should be the live right here. So how that kind of started is, so when I got out of the Marine Corps in 2005, I worked for a couple years and helped my wife go through college, and then she put me through college. That was like right when the iPhone was coming out. Okay. And the kids, like the thing to do when you got your iPhone was to Google yourself. All right. So I'm like sitting at class talking to one of my friends. I was like, hey, Google Corporal John W. Dunphy, UFMC, come and see what pops up. And a CNN article popped up. Okay. Now, so you got to keep in mind, I'm like non-traditional student. I'm like 26, 27 years old. All my friends are 19-year-old college kids. So we're reading this article, and the CNN journalist fabricated literally everything I said. The article was about some bullshit chem warfare training we were doing on Onzo Beach, which was really putting on mop gear and a gas mask and camping for a day. It was boring. So right then I immediately never trusted the media ever again, CNN, mainstream, and all that kind of stuff. Right now, I went to college I had like an hour drive each way. And I had to go to class 5 days a week because the way my college, the way they scheduled class hours and all that. So I listened to like a lot of conservative radio, like Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, stuff like that, right? Which I feel like the right kind of has a monopoly on the stuff on the radio, but the left has a monopoly on the stuff that's on the TV. So I did a little bit of that, but after like the Obama years, and never really paid attention to politics or anything like that. And then I didn't get back into it until I was in HVAC school because I had extra time. And that's when I started getting back into like geopolitical climate and stuff like that. And then you're hearing all the bad stuff they say about Trump. Oh, he's a Nazi, but this, that, blah, blah, blah. So that's pretty much where this conversation is going to begin on, do you guys trust the media? What, when, where, and why about that, and personal experiences such as that, and stuff like that.
One of the notes I had written down that I wanted to make sure that we brought up, because if we're going to talk about the media again, and there's people who are going to disagree. Hey, you're free to disagree, but you have to come to the table with a cogent argument. This can't be emotions based, right? I mean, emotions are, what did they say? What does Gurney Hayek say in the original Dune? That was Patrick Stewart who played that. He says something like because I think Paul Atreides says, "Oh, I'm not in the mood for it," which is kind of like an emotion, right? And Gurney Hayek says, mood is the thing for lovemaking and cattle. I don't know why he says cattle have, but it was the weirdest thing. And then he like goes shields on and starts attacking Paul Atreides, right? But that's kind of your point right there, John, and that's why I'm saying it. Hey, look, man, take a step back. You don't have to agree with these outlets. You don't have to, you could say everybody or all media outlets have a slight bias. They come at it from a different perspective. I'll talk about one of the places I go to get news that supposedly helps differentiate that and tells you if this article is being reported this much on the left, this much on the center, and this much on the right. Gives you a sense or an ability to take a step back and see if there's a lot of bias in this reporting or this one story. But to John's point, that never should happen at all. And so back to where I was really going is, John, to your point, like it's like the certain media elements now, the ones who say the loudest, like you guys need to be censored, you guys this, they are so openly dishonest. If anyone out there really and I come from Minnesota, I'm so embarrassed that our governor, I didn't vote for that guy, but Waltz, that ran for vice president. He's still the governor of Minnesota. I don't even know how that happens. You want to run for vice president, you got to give up the governorship and you don't get it back, because otherwise there's no consequences. Oh, if I lose, I still go back to controlling all the people in my state, and ruining their lives. But that clown is out there trying to say that. And I hope Elon Musk because he's a multi-billionaire, takes everybody to court and just smokes him. Because everyone's saying he did a Nazi salute, and we all know that's not the case. So, John, or maybe learn me something. You respond and let it come back to John, but like that, it's just so obviously dishonest. Just like all the hearings on Capitol Hill, Adam Schiff and all those guys know exactly what they're doing. What they're just trying to use it as an opportunity to get sound bites into their media ecosphere, echo chambers, so they look like tough guys and badasses. Not a single one of them, has been interested in hearing what. And I'm not a Tulsi Gabbard fan, but like if you're going to ask her a question, shut the F up and let her answer. So was that enough to kind of get it going, guys? And I'm going to bring Zar Baroda on. Zar Baroda, are you ready as well? All right. But learn me something. Why don't you take that? We'll bring it back to John, and by that time, Redbeard will have calmed down enough he can get into that.
I totally. I look at things very similarly to the way that Gimli has, where I've noticed certain things with regard to the media, where you can clearly watch a press conference or you could watch somebody give a speech, and within a half hour of that transmission being over, the media is doing a completely different spin and trying to take not only the words out of context, but then take these weird photos of people as they're making a gesture, freeze frame it, and make it look like a person is making an off-color type of salute. So to me, those are the types of things that I find absolutely abhorrent. But the media loves to do that kind of stuff because it gets them clicks and it gets them views. So they're going to do everything in their power for that. On the end of not only being, trying to make more money and getting more views, but on the flip side, they work essentially for one part of the system, one spectrum of the political spectrum as well, one portion of that political spectrum. So it's almost as though they're operatives for certain parties. And you could even say something similar with regard to certain outlets that portray themselves as being conservative, because some of those are actually quasi-conservative. They're not truly conservative and are beholden to the same media entities and are sometimes purchased by certain other entities that are out there that actually have more control over the vast majority of the media. So, like the George Soroses of the world and things like that, they own a disproportionate share of the media and continue to grow that empire as much as they can.
And just a quick interruption, bring it back to Gimli, and I think that'll kind of round it out on this part of the conversation. We can get Redbeard in, Zar Baroda. But just on that, Gimli, if you want to take that last comment of Anthony's or go back or take his comments, keep going with your first point. But I just want to highlight what you said there, Anthony. I mean, do your own research. Look at who owns that. There's three major, media conglomerates. Here's all this stuff. You've seen all the mashups. I'm not going to do that stuff tonight. That's not what we really do in this channel anyway. There's so many mashups of all these local channels all saying the same thing. It's being spoon-fed. They're being told what to say. It sounds really creepy, actually, when you see those mashups. And then there was this unprecedented move, and I don't want to get myself into litigation, but with stuff that, and you just mentioned Soros. I'm pretty sure it was Soros who was trying to buy up all of these radio stations prior to the okay. Yeah, so I'm not wrong there. Yeah. John Gimli, the accessorizer, do you want to jump in on that, or what are your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, so learn me some. You're 100% right. Like the first of all, the honesty thing. I mean, we don't even have to go back that far. And you got like people throwing out terms like election denier and all that kind of stuff. You don't got to deny the election. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that the Hunter Biden laptop story could have affected the election. Would it have made a difference? We don't know. But we know it was bullshit and it was a lie, right? Mm-hmm. You go back to Russia, and all these things that the media is lying about. And then I start thinking about, all right, all these back channels, who owns who? Does that go back to China? Like, is there a way where we can follow the money? Because that's where it's all. If you want to find the truth, you just follow the money. It doesn't matter if you're talking left, right, or center. center. It's all about freaking money nowadays. You know what I mean? But they absolutely, you got COVID and the jab, the laptop, you know, all this, the pardons. They were freaking out about Trump pardoning their family 4 years ago. Oh my God, the world's ending. And then boom, Biden does it. Crickets. Don't hear crap, right? So the media is the American people have all-time low trust in the media right now. And I think people are going to start waking up, and it might now go back to it because now we got all these independents. Like, how the hell, if you went back in time 10 years ago and you told Joe Rogan, people are going to think you're a Republican in 10 years, he would have laughed you out of the room. Right? Right?
So true.
I think that's going to, politicians are, and here's the thing, Trump's son, Barron, 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid, he won his day in the election by telling him, hey, you need to go on these independent media outlets like Rogan and what's the other guy's name with the mullet and all those, and then the JD Vance did him too. That swung a lot of people to go, oh, okay, maybe he's not Hitler. Or they were like, maybe they just didn't vote for him. They didn't go out and vote. So that made a difference. You know what I mean? So I definitely think you're seeing a culture shift, and it's good because it's been so far left wing for the last 15, 20 years. I mean, it got to the point you can't call an illegal immigrant illegal. They're undocumented. They're not criminals. They crossed the border illegally. That is a criminal act. Yep. It's not xenophobic or racist to say that. We are a nation of immigrants, and everybody knows it, and we love immigrants. Legal ones, right? So, but my point is the political correctness crap entered the media 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And November 5th, the American people gave the country the bird and said no more. That's my view on the media right now.
Hey, I'm going to turn it over to Sar Baroda, but I mean, John, you just threw out so many great points. Boys and girls, I hope you're picking this up. There are so many, like we could take, like John just said 5 different things about mainstream media, the dinosaur legacy media, where there's issues. I mean, like, and again, if we're adults and if we want to fix this, these would be legitimate conversations, questions to ask. It's a fair question. Well, where are you getting all your money? Why are you guys running all these Pfizer ads? Why are you guys like, these are legitimate questions. And I've actually got something else that goes into some of the hearings, like pulling up all the senators who are giving this person or that person a hard time. And then you just go and look at how much, campaign donations. Bernie Sanders totally just like jumped on his own sword, but not in the good way. Like, I mean, he was just like, let me see if I can do my Bernie. Okay, but if you're investing in this, well, what about the onesies? But you're getting all the money. No, I never got a single campaign contribution. That's a lie. And then the guy's like, he just pulls up his phone. It's like, yeah, you actually got 4 million, like right there. So we do see a change, to John's point. I think people have wised up. We've put up with this. I think it actually is more than 20 years that this corruption, this rot, this evil, this cancer has been infecting the fourth estate. And it is, the fourth estate is very vital to a free constitutional republic, a democratically kind of run, however you want to phrase this. We're a constitutional republic, but we're a representative democracy. But if we want to have those freedoms and those truths, and to be able to hold elected officials accountable, then we have to have a viable fourth estate. And right now, I think it's broken. And I think maybe that's the theme of tonight. How do we fix it? Redbeard, Czar Baroda. Okay, go ahead, John.
Real quick, because this was the last point I forgot to say. Like you said, people are waking up because for years, that saying, what's that saying? Don't piss on me and say it's raining. That's what the media's been doing. The media's been doing for the last 15 years, and people have had enough.
Yeah.
That's my last point.
Yeah, don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining, or in Minnesota. Don't pee on my head and tell me it's sleet. Like, by the way, are you passing kidney stones? Because your pee on my head has got chunks in it, All right, a little too graphic, but it is CLS After Dark. It's our last Friday. Next week, we're going to do this on Thursday.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, I'm not going to lie. Before, just on a personal note of, personal privilege for the podcast, Man, the Thursday Fridays are smoking me, boys. I'm getting old. I still am recovering from it. You and all of you guys know what it is, but dude, I'm just like, and I'm putting in 10, 12-hour days. This is kind of it. This is fun, but it's still work to get ready for this. Yeah, no, I need that separation. I'm not going to lie. Monday's going to be a little rough too, because I have to work Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, so that's just me. And I apologize to anyone else who's like, oh, but I really like the Fridays. I hear you, brother. I do. Come on, Nick, cut me, Nick, cut me. All right, Czar Baroda, you've heard everything we were talking about because you so rudely interrupted with the phone call, so I know you were listening anyway.
Well, you picked it up, so it couldn't have been that bad.
Actually, I asked everybody's opinion, and they're like, yeah, go ahead and do it, And then they all knew it was you. They're like, is that Redbeard?
Son of a gun.
Yep.
That much of a giveaway, huh? Jeez.
It's the voice.
Probably, yeah. It's unfortunate. I'll work on that. I'll try.
You're muted.
A little bit.
Redbeard muted.
No, I can hear him.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. I should be.
Hang on. Just real quickly.
I got it.
Redbeard, learn me something. I can hear him. Can you not hear him?
No.
John, can you hear him?
I got him.
Oh no.
I got you.
Well,
I guess now's the time. Hey, now's the time for you to say something about learn me something here.
all I'm gonna say is my condolences that I can't grace you with my horrible voice. Anyways,
something you might want to just do something with your because we can all hear him. Hey,
Yeah, I can hear everybody else. I just can't hear him. Yeah.
And I just got people in the chat saying that they can hear Redbeard too. So it might be something on your side.
I just don't think he likes me.
It's the gray man. We started talking about the media. They're coming after us.
Yeah,
They're blocking me.
Well, he does. He is living behind enemy lines. So
I am.
That's as much as I'll say.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, hey, learn me something. A trick that you can try doing is going to mute and then unmute, coming back in once or twice. And even if you go all the way out and then come back in, I can pop you back up. That might work for you too.
Okay.
All right, Redbeard, keep going, sir.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna tee off on a couple points.
You got it now. Learn me something. Okay.
That were brought up near the end there. Well, first off, I think it's all been pretty clear that if we ever want to expose anybody, we'll just bring up a very sensitive subject in a hearing for approval of a particular person that's up for a vote or whatever. Because clearly, Senator Warren and Sanders kind of fell on their own. So no, don't, how dare you do that? So we'll just bring up the media next time, hopefully, and that'll let you know who's bought and paid for, which is a majority of them, but if not all of them. But the other point I wanted to bring up real quick is, I just saw something before I hopped on here. And it was it's kind of departed from the United States, but I saw something about how Poland is now they have no tolerance. They're just stacking bodies at their borders because they're just no, you're not going to come in here. And what's interesting though is the phrasing that people who are serious about the border use. Okay, these people aren't immigrants. People want to call them immigrants or asylum seekers or whatever. There's a clear distinction. The legal term is illegal alien, and that's the term that should be utilized if we're talking about it in a legal sense. And going into the whole media thing, that is one thing that they have, whether very well or very badly, in their own way spun is, these people they're all victims, they're all this, they're all that. Well, I mean, call it what you want, but in the end of the day, when your first act is a violation of an essential law pertaining to our border, which is a constitutional section, right? There is a whole section in the Constitution about how we maintain our borders. You're not only just violating a law, but you're violating the very foundation of our country, our principles, right? So it's more than just a law to us. It's a fundamental principle of who we are and how we assert ourselves as a nation, as a people. And so, and there's very clear language there. And so over time, especially within the past decade or 15 years, you've seen this shift of going from a somewhat legally correct jargon to, well, they're asylum seekers, or they're wayward immigrants, or
undocumented
right.
migrants.
And look, like, yes, there are going to be people that they are coming across and they're wayward. You do have that, but in the end of the day, like, we have to also be extremely honest about the fact that they still fall under that classification. Doesn't matter how desperate you are. If you're trying to get in illegally, you are considered an illegal alien, right? Like, that is the lawful term. So it is amazing.
Redbeard, and if I may, just to kind of add to your argument and help build the wall a little bit higher. And I really was going to say to build a wall, like a defensive wall, but I realized now the pun in there too with what we're kind of talking about. But the terminology, like the act in and of, like, there is a legal, documented, controlled immigration policy. When you step outside of those controls, those zones, it is now an illegal activity. It would be the same thing. Think about a state that is going through the whole, should we legalize marijuana or not, or even prohibition, or whatever, or whatever it is that you're trying to figure out as your own citizenry. At some point in time, the law probably says these things are illegal. And now you're trying, and if you want, so here, I mean, this isn't an original thought on my part. Well, actually, I'll shut up. I'm now taking us down a rabbit hole. But does that help you build your wall a little harder? I mean, like, no, dude, there is a way to do this. And here's that process, and that's legal. When you do anything other than that, that's an illegal activity.
For sure.
And as John said, that's not a racist or xenophobic thing to say. That's a common sense, like, no, you're breaking our laws, period.
And I think, where people should be able to find common ground on is I do not refute the fact that, like, we do have a horribly broken system right now. Like, there's so much wrong with it. And so I don't think most people would dispute that. Matter of fact, that's one area that the left and the right and the center and the libertarians, most people should be able to agree on, because it is a mess. Like, and I believe it was purposely built into a mess in order to sow chaos and discord. So I do think that there needs to be very much an active pursuit of reform. And in order to do that, we do need to refer back to the very initial founding document, kind of start from the ground up, and then, move towards something that makes sense. So that way, if we do have people that come here, they want to come here legally, it's not only a streamlined process to where we can effectively and quickly, or as quick as we can, try to help them along, but they're doing it in a legal manner. So that way,
attack the bureaucracy
100%,
and the red tape bullshit that too many unelected bureaucrats impose upon people. And look, and sorry to interrupt, but and then have a streamline, because you just nailed it. Like, so I would respect somebody who makes that argument, because I'll be right on board. I'll be right there with you saying, yeah, you're right. We need to look at
absolutely
at changing that. Yeah. But you don't say, well, because again, it just begs the question. You look like a liar. You look like, a charlatan. You look like what's the word I'm saying? Like not unserious, but like like somebody who's intentionally trying to deceive you. There's a certain word I'm looking for, but that's what you look like. You like, hold on, why are you trying to say this? Are you am I to expect or understand that you're that stupid? Like, you don't understand what a law is? Why are you ignoring these just realities? The sun rises in the east. No, it doesn't. Well, oh my God. Who am I talking to?
And so there's 2 points that I also kind of want to go off of real quick, and then I'll yield myself. But the one is if we're going to have reform, we also have to take away the incentives for people just spilling across. Like, it's not enough to just deport people. We have to eviscerate the incentives. Like, it full stop. We cannot continue these programs, so they have to be eviscerated. And
so real quickly, as we're talking about the media, the fourth estate, I think this administration, and maybe we just pause there and let the other guys get a comment in here on this, because I think we're already seeing the new press secretary doing a very good job of clearly enunciating, and same with DH or Tom Homan. He's not DHS. Is he just ICE? DHS. Yeah, he's the border czar, and Kristi Noem is DHS. But he's done a great job of making what you just said very clear. Like, like, no, I'm not dicking around with the words. Gimli and learn me something. You guys want to kind of chime in on that before Jeremy takes us down another rabbit hole?
I think that actually Holman was probably the best pick thus far out of all of the people that have been selected, because he's been doing things at breakneck speed, and he's been really kicking ass and taking names. I mean, he's going out into cities, rounding these people up, and then if there are any incidentals, when they go to a residence or they go to the court and they're on a mission to pick up certain individuals, if certain other individuals kind of either come to visit a home or whatever else, they're wrapping those guys and gals up as well. And he's being extremely efficient with that. And I haven't really heard of any sort of violent counter activities or anything like that have been transpiring. He seems to be doing it in a very clean manner. So to me, I mean, he seems like a superstar thus far.
Okay, I'm going to come back and at some point make a comment. I'm not disagreeing with you, learn me something, but I disagree with you on one point, because there have been some very potentially violent actions that somebody already took. And I've got a personal bone to pick on that. John, let's go to you.
All right,
I'll come back to that later if I can remember.
On to those points. So as far as Homan and all that, the media is pissed about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, you keep going back to the media, because there has been an attack on not just conservatism, but just free thought. And if you don't, and most of the media, let's say 90% of it, they all are far left. And we're not even talking like good classical liberalism. Classical, like Trump is a classical liberal. He's not conservative, right? But there's been a transformation where evil has inserted itself into liberalism. It's not, but it's just wearing their disguise, so to speak, right? So as far as like the immigrants too, like think about how many people come in here illegally. They're being taken advantage of, sex trafficking, drug mules. I mean, very, very cheap labor. Dude, bring them in legally. Mexicans, they work their fucking asses off, man. I know a bunch of them that are in construction and HVAC, and they're awesome tradesmen, right? Right? We need to streamline that immigration where we can. So, I mean.
No, just sorry to go on a slight tangent, because we already talked about we need to streamline it. Yeah. But I just want to unfortunately point out the blatant hypocrisy and racism in the media on this very issue.
Exactly.
Because if I hear one more person say, well, who's going to be our janitors and who's going to clean my house? I'm just like, I mean, I'm like, did you just fucking say that? Like, so that's who, so I think that's what our media represents, is a certain class of, they don't care about they don't care about us. Matter of fact, we're white men with beards. And by the way, all of them look pretty damn good, but we're white men with beards. We're like, public enemy number one, just for, that. And that's, again, somebody say, oh, that's exactly what a white guy would say. Dude, look around you, man. Like, these people are basically calling, people from Central and South America. They're basically implying that they're only good to be their nannies, clean their toilets, and pick their food. And it's not my words; they say it. That's what they're saying. I mean,
these are the same
all over in the media.
These are the same people, Mark, that also assume that black people are too stupid to get an ID card. Yeah. So let's not expect the bar to be that high.
They're the racists, and a lot of them are in the damn media. Like, this is I want some of the media to just go, look, there is one race, the human race. We don't give a shit your color, your creed, your sexual preferences. You're either a piece of shit or you're not. That's kind of where I'm at in my life right now.
I know. I like that. And not to in a rabbit hole. I mean, I don't believe in conscription. I don't believe in mandatory military service. But if you weren't a crazy person If you join the military for what I would call the right reasons, a sense of duty, patriotism, self-improvement, discipline, turning this into like, just a freaking great specimen of humanity and a good citizen of your country. Like, those type of reasons. A lot of people go to the military for, not so, glorious. That's not the right word either, but maybe not as virtuous as reasons. But kind of to what you just said there, John, we're one human race. I mean, like I know I can't speak for anybody here, boys and girls, but I know these guys and I know they feel the same way. Dude, we're humans, and I'm bringing up the military because John was in the military. I was in the military. We both know it. Dude, there's only one color, green. Like, that's it. I mean, plain and simple. That is beat into your head. And if I grew up in a little part of America, there was only 2 black people in my whole county when I grew up. My battle buddy in basic training was a black guy. Well, what do you think a black guy and a white guy with heads like this? What do you think everyone's going to, and he was my battle buddy. What were our nicknames? Obviously think of a pool table, right? I was cue ball and he was 8-ball. Dude, no one gave a shit. We were battle buddies. We were all green. I mean, that was beat into your head from day one, all that other bullshit. And if you had that, you didn't make it probably through your first duty station without getting blanket parties and your ass whooped a whole hell of a lot of time. And like, no one wanted you around, period. I mean, so sorry to interject that, but that's what we see from the media. It's like the media wants to inflame this. And matter of fact, I'm going to probably get this wrong. I think it was Cory Booker just came out and said that they need to take to the streets to stop Trump. That's inciting violence, right?
Well,
all the things they accused everybody else of, they actually are the ones doing.
No.
Well, so your mayor up there in Minneapolis too just came out and said was saying we're not going to cooperate with Homan and all that kind of stuff. I mean, all those voices are getting exacerbated by a left wing media. You know what I mean?
Well, and then now we have the left wing media talking about warm winter boots and promoting this. Yeah. Look, we have one side, and this is look. I don't give a shit if you voted for Kamala Harris. I mean this with every ounce of every fiber in my being. I don't give a shit if you voted for somebody who is on a different political perspective than mine, right? Mm-hmm. What I care about is if you actually truly value and understand freedom and understand that we have a constitution. And then kind of going back to some things we've already talked about. If you want to change it, like, what we're talking about for immigration, if you look, I'll probably be one of your best allies. Yeah, that immigration policy needs to change. Law enforcement in America, yeah, we need to take a serious look at that. But the answer isn't to defund the police and allow people to, the first act that they do is to break our laws. That is somebody who's trying to destroy a society, not make a society better. And on that, I yield the floor to whoever wants to chime in.
Can I just say something real quick, Mark? Just briefly, in this, it doesn't just apply to immigration, but like, and you know me well enough, Mark, I'm a pretty neutral person, and I'm not talking like necessarily politically or on liberty, but like I'm neutral, and like our country doesn't need to be always involved in everybody's shit, right? Like there's no need for it, and I think that there are a lot of areas to where we can be neutral, but it doesn't make us necessarily morally bad either. And one of those areas is the fact that we don't owe it to anybody to allow them to come into our country either. If we decide to close the borders and not have people come in, it doesn't make us morally bad people. It's literally, we are serving the best interest of our own people. We have to put our people first, above and beyond anything else. And if, to some people, and especially a lot of the media and, and NATO, Mark knows I tear into NATO and the EU a lot, but, it does factor into their countries too. Like a lot of these countries, they think it's morally reprehensible, like what Poland does. And Poland does have a lot of points that we should get back to, which is they're working to preserve their own people, their own country. They're putting their people first. They're securing their borders in a very effective way. I'm not saying it's necessarily the right way, and Mark and I have talked about it, and we've had different ideas of how we could effectively implement different things. But the point being is it doesn't make us also morally reprehensible either. We're not telling people, like go back this way. It's like, look, you don't have to go home. You just can't stay here. Okay. Like we're at capacity right now. We're dealing with our own people and our own problems. And, and that has to take precedent. And a lot of people, I feel, really, they try to make a moral argument, and I can understand it, but they try to make a moral argument out of something that like doesn't even make sense, and I think the border is one of many, many conversations where people try to make that argument for reasons that just miss the mark. Now, there is a moral argument there, but it's not for that reason. It's not for the reason of telling people, no, we're not going to take you. We are not, we don't owe anybody anything except our own people. And that doesn't make us bad, in my opinion. That is truly American first. And that's a policy that I think most people would be able to get behind.
Let me turn this over to Gimli and learn me something. That's a great point. Let me just maybe turn it into a question. Do you think that media in America amplifies the negative aspects of what Jeremy just said, or amplifies the positive, or is neutral towards that and takes a neutral, and to me, neutral would be, here's the law, right? Because one side is emotional, the other side is, you don't want to be so stoic, right? And this is where, I see Jeremy nodding his head, we're both very empathetic. I don't want to see anybody die, but on the other hand, it's like, but also where is it written that this is our obligation, that I have to spend tax dollars from Americans, not on Americans, but on, dude, people have it rough all over. I got it, but I got to take care of mine. So where do you guys think, does the media amplify that, or in a positive way or negative way? Whichever one of you guys want to come on that first.
Well, my personal feeling is that the media tends to stoke chaos by taking these very extreme positions. So if you want to have a system where people earn their stripes and do what it is that they need to in order to become a citizen or become a successful person in society, they don't want that meritocracy. They want people to be able to skip the line, preferential treatment for different various groups, but it gets to the point where everybody is somehow special, but then they're not until they're in some subset of a group. And then that makes them more special than somebody else. It's really sick and chaotic, perverse at the same time, because everybody doesn't see themselves as a whole anymore in this country, because you have a media that constantly tries to divide, and then once it try to divide people even further. And it's not healthy for a society, because eventually what's going to happen is the complete and utter collapse of that society. No. It's an unsustainable track to go on. So, I think that unfortunately the media is somewhat beholden to powers that want to overwhelm the system and thereby destroy it so that they can remake it into something of their own choosing, which could be, something more socialistic or probably even more communistic. So I think that's really,
but at the end of the day, those people behind it, they're not going to be troubled by it. They're going to be the ones in power. Yep.
Absolutely.
I just had to say that, but keep going, sir. Didn't mean to interrupt there.
No, you're absolutely correct, because those are the people that are always insulated by everything because of their wealth, their power, their influence. So, or they're family. Part of, what's that?
Their family.
Yeah. Or they're part of certain societies.
Hunter Biden's not in jail. No, I just want to add, that's what I mean by family. I keep going, but let's be honest, Hunter Biden's not in jail. Everybody's talking in the press. Again, we're talking about the media. Oh, Trump, preemptive pardons for his family. Didn't do any of that stuff. What did Joe Biden do? And what did Hunter Biden do? Back all the way to Gimli in one of his comments from earlier. So sorry, I'm just
no. Dude, that's fine. That's honestly what I wanted to say. I mean, in a nutshell, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a media that is unfortunately beholden not to its own people, but to outside forces that would like to destroy our republic and create something far more nefarious. So, I mean, it's not a pretty picture. Let's put it that way.
Not as pretty as that beard of yours, though. That is a good looking beard. That seriously is. You're looking good. You're
You
looking
got that
good.
rocking little handlebar too.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Hey,
jealous.
I'm going to bring it over to Gimli for his comments, and then we'll come back to Redbeard. But I haven't had a chance to say this to you, Anthony. But so this part of my beard is getting nice and good, but now it's starting to curl. Like I'm like, no, I don't want it to curl like Anthony's. I want it to be because I want to like eventually braid even the mustache part and then the beard part.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, or just really silly. But all right, John, let's come back to you.
All right, so real quick, so to your question, Mark, the media absolutely puts out more content that's negative because negative sells. There's a reason why traffic gets backed up when there's an accident because everybody slows down to look. There's something about human beings. We consume negativity and concentrate on negativity than we do more than we do positively. And I think personally, as a man, when you can teach yourself to like the Happy Gilmore, like what's the line? Happy Gilmore, he's like, you got to block the bad, accept the good. You remember Kevin Nealon, right, with the button, right? So I think the older I get, the better I get at blocking the negative and judging the positive, right? So that's all about money right there. They're going to talk about the negative shit because it sells, right? Now, Redbeard, to your comment when you were talking about Poland and stuff. So here's what ticks me off about the media. Dude, when I was in college, I had to take a argumentative like writing class.
Yep.
We had to pick a subject, and I wrote a paper saying that political correctness would be the downfall of this country. You fast forward 20 years later, in the media, if you are not politically correct, you are now a xenophobe, a homophobe, a racist, white supremacist. And because they cannot logically argue with you because their views make no common sense.
Right.
So what are they going to do? They got to attack your character because it's just it's like the shell game, Ponzi scheme or whatever, like the three when they're moving the P around, right? It's just a distraction.
Yeah.
So I definitely agree with learn me something right there. That media is definitely, it's all about negative. But here's the thing too that I've learned because I got into HVAC 5 years ago, and I meet 4 to 6 strangers a day, inner city, out in the country, all over the place. Okay, if you were just to consume news, you would think, oh my God, this country is so divided. I'm here to tell you, it's not. It's not. I mean, I will tell you, as you go into the cities, you are going to start seeing more political signs that lean left. As you're in the country, it will be red. That is not unique to the United States. Vietnam's the same way. So Vietnam, I watched it. This was a documentary on YouTube. I think is it Seoul? Is it a pretty big city? And
Seoul's a big city.
Korea. That's Korea. South Korea. Yeah. So in the cities, they tend to be more liberal. In the country, they tend to be, more red because most people live on the country are self-reliant. So they think a certain way. People that grow up in the city, they think a certain way too. But I'm here to tell you, it's kind of funny, this saying, you don't talk politics with like family friends or family, right? Because it's too emotional. I love talking politics to strangers because I'll be at a call, we'll start talking. But you don't know each other enough to get emotionally pissed off if they don't agree. Yeah. And it makes you listen and think and listen to their arguments. And I will tell you, I've been around a few Karens, but it's not as bad as the media makes it out to be. We do have an issue with, because at this point it is so one-sided. It's propaganda now. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's propaganda for one party. And that's what's so ironic. Oh, the conservatives, they're Hitlers, neo-Nazis, blah, 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 blah. The left is literally, they're the ones acting like the Nazis with Joseph Goebbels and you can only think one thing. No, cancel culture because you don't agree with me and stuff like that. That's what the fucking Nazis did. and I open it up to anybody else.
Well, and that's a great point. And we can either circle back to this, or if because Red Beard, I'm going to throw this back over to you. But because again, we're just free flowing this. But John just brought up two great points, and one of them has to do with Corona, and the other one has to do with transgenderism. And trust the science. This is how the media has become. I love nothing more than an advocate, a shill. Right. But I don't know if that's where we want to go right now. If you want to respond to everything so far, Zarbaroda, I mean, you are the head of your own state, so I have to, give you deference and and show a little bit more. I should hear it. Should I? Zarbaroda.
Oh, I love it. No, I mean this is going to start blowing up to be a thing. I can already see it. I'll have knocks on my doors at someday. I do love. Just so you gentlemen know, I do love my life. I value my life. Things are great. I like my family. There's no reason whatsoever that I should ever disappear or fall off the map without at least telling somebody.
I am not. You are not suicidal.
No, no. Things are good. So, no, yeah, man. I'm just gonna kind of tee off on some of the things that you brought up there, Mark. If you don't mind, it is wild to me how like these I listen to podcasts every so often. There's some pretty good people on some of these podcasts I listen to, and it's amazing when you listen to a scientist that's been or a doctor that's been in that realm for a very, very long time, and they're like, no, like it's pretty unbecoming of somebody that's in the scientific or medical community to say like the science is settled. They're like, that is one of the biggest abridgments to science that ever exists, because while you can be really firm on science and what exists at this time could be really good, it doesn't mean you stop there. It doesn't mean that you don't keep looking or you don't keep researching, because you might miss something that's even better. Right? Like, or something, you might catch the next, terrible world-ending disease. You don't know. So it's, there are certain things at this current juncture that right now we don't actually have something to refute it, but it doesn't mean that the science is settled, and they love to
never settled.
Right. And that's the thing. And it's like, they love to use this, and then they're just like, well, follow the science. It's like, yeah, but when the science at this juncture does not indicate at the moment that a boy is a girl and a girl is a boy, and there's no like markers that indicate otherwise, like where else do you want to go with this? Like, yeah, it may not be settled, but at the same time, like, you need to substantiate this with hard evidence in order to move in a different direction. And it's the same thing with,
well, Jeremy, and I'm gonna do a media thing. I'm gonna interrupt you and say, but sir, because the answer is no, because you'll hear so many people and in media talking and say, oh, but we already know that, or or it is, or no, everybody agrees. Like, who's everybody, Mark? When you say everybody agrees, or the science is settled, who are the scientists specifically? And that can never be backed up, to your point. I just wanted to do that because, to your point, it's like, it's say that this is settled all day long. Well, I want you to prove it to me. Show me the peer-reviewed study that says this. Show me where you don't have to investigate Hunter Biden's laptop that John brought up, because well, how do you know it's misinformation? Because 50 former intelligence people signed a piece of paper, and you're a journalist and you're going to go along with that? Like, come the fuck on, man.
Yeah, no, it's just amazing to me. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a PhD, but I like to dabble in different areas of study and interest. And I think anybody that takes a remote, like, honestly, I'll even simplify it, boys. Okay. If you've ever opened a book in your life, you're already a bar ahead of most people. And I do mean that. Like,
you're definitely ahead of journalists.
No, and that's like, but that's the thing though, is like, and Mark has heard me say this before. I'm a huge advocate of people like physically opening a book and reading a book from cover to cover. Why? Because it requires a certain amount of attention span and a certain amount of commitment in a way that's not the same as when you have your phone. And there's an argument about dopamine and how we are an over-drugged, over-dopamine society. if we get to it, we get to it, but I'm not going to get into that yet. What I do want to say, though, is what a travesty and an absolute sale of fraud that people were sold. And this is more apparent today than it was 5 years ago about the whole case around the Rona, the implementation of things, the rollout of things. And in the end of the day, the biggest advocates against getting the vaccine were not anti-vaccine people. They were simply saying, you need to show us overwhelming evidence of the trials. We want to see how it works. We want to see the long-term effects. Like, look, this is basic stuff, you know, and we're all called crazy for it, you know, and now it's like, yeah, it's like in 5 years, you know, at this point, we could all be classified as scientists because we did more science than they did. Mm-hmm. I mean, and it's really pathetic to even say something like that, you know, and
Jeremy, so, just a point of personal privilege, just for everybody listening, I just want to like emphasize and give some credence to Jeremy's point. Go back and look at, you know, Centerline Systems or our Mission Critical podcast from way back in the day when that was happening. The moment they knew the size, and you know, and that information was out there. The moment that we scientifically knew the size of that particulate, we knew what would work, you know, if masks would work or they wouldn't. And the only reason I'm saying this is where were the journalists asking that question? I said it. Hey, you know, this is an N95. This is what it's capable of doing. Prevents, you know, 95% of particulates that are 0.03 and, you know, Like, oh, that's okay. That's awesome. But the coronavirus is 0.0001, in size. Yeah, you know, exactly. And I'm like, well, so then that's not going to work, you know, and then that's when, and it wasn't my original line, but I was already going down that direction, that path. That's like using a badminton net or a tennis net to stop a BB. Like it just isn't going to work. And then now fast forward to where we are. Is there anyone in journalism going back and then seriously, hey, any journalist out there in America, anywhere in the world, here's a great story. You might even get a Pulitzer, you know, and be the next biggest thing. Write a series and like an investigative series of pieces, like, you know, I think his name was Bowden, who did Black Hawk Down. Go do your investigation, interview people, write a great thing, and look at how did everybody just so go down this road? Why did the media just blindly follow along with the Pied Piper as we were being marched off the cliff? Sorry, Redbeard. I just had that add that to your point right there. Yeah,
and I just want to say, like, I had to actually look back at a conversation I was having with Stephen yesterday, or Blackbeard, as he is so affectionately known, that strapping gentleman. You know, oh, he is. He's a slick guy. But you know, I had listened to one of the podcasts that I generally frequent. I don't remember if it was with Dave Smith. Or if it was on Redacted, but they had somebody that was in the realm of science and opioids and pharmaceutical. And what's stunning to me is the people that scream the most, and we're going back almost to the RFK thing and his all the crap he's sitting through and all these people. But, you know, the audacity of some of these people to be like, well, I don't understand, like, how you could, like, why would you even challenge the, you know, these industry or these people or whatever it is that they get overwhelmingly insane about. And it's like, yeah, but pharmaceutical drugs are responsible. They're the third leading cause of death in the United States, next to heart disease and cancer. Like, we are so doped up, and you want people to believe you when you talk about the science, but you're willing to overlook, like, don't get me wrong, every drug, every vaccine, everything, it's all going to have side effects, right? Like, it's not going to work perfect for everybody. And we understand that. But when you so blatantly push, especially if you look at the story about OxyContin,
the thing wasn't even approved by the FDA.
Right. And that's
20 years to get something approved by the FDA. This just happens like that. And now it's new technology, mRNA, and all that kind of stuff. That's when I'm like, no, I'm not putting that in my kids.
And what's amazing is, you have things like the vaccine, you have things like Oxycontin, which has a huge story behind it. And I think I talked to Mark about this quite a while ago. But then it's like when I got the Rona, a really bad case of the Rona, not long ago, I took ivermectin. And not only do I have a firsthand account of the fact that it does work, but there's also data sets, numerous data sets to go along with it that substantiates the claim that it does work. And it's been suggested that people who've been injured, and I'm not saying it's curing anything, I just want to make that disclaimer, but it's been suggested by people who've used ivermectin post their vaccinations that it has, in some cases, gone through and either mitigated or eliminated the spike proteins that are affecting people. Okay, so if there's people,
okay, just stop right there, just so we don't
Yeah.
go down too much into, Mark gets a lawsuit for malpractice. But Jeremy and Gimli are pointing this out. This is what we're getting at. In a free and open society where there is a free exchange of ideas and real journalism, what Jeremy is just saying right there would be, again, that is real science. Going back to Gimli, we would explore that, and we would be doing the proper types of real scientific tests. And we wouldn't be repressing, peer studied, journals or, or reviews because we just didn't like it. And Gene just said, kind of chiming in, let everybody know what was going on in his country. That's exactly what we had. That is propaganda. That is censorship. That is not a free and viable fourth estate. We got to get these other guys in here, Redbeard, Czar Baroda. Again, I'm sorry, Czar, I got to give my homage to you. You are the sovereign ruler of a sovereign state. But make your final comment, and let's just bring it over to Gimli and learn.
I was just going to kind of wrap it up with the fact that, like, no, there's, it is incredible to me that, people who preach and preach and preach about science and about truth and, that we've got to have accurate reporting. There's none of it, especially when they're faced with like the potential, like not even the truth, but the potentiality of the truth. It's outright rejected. And Mark, that's why I also said this isn't something that's claiming to cure or anything medical. So I tried to cover you the best I can. What can I say?
Well, look, as I turn over to the other
guy.
In
my country, you would be okay, Mark. All right.
Thank you. But and so as I turn it over to the boys, but the bottom line is we can sit and talk about Corona, whatever. It doesn't matter because censorship is a real thing. And maybe somewhere in the next hour, I'll bring that up. Just me as a small business owner. I know, woe is me, But like, dude, I need social media to spread my brand and let everybody So I'll get into that, but you're absolutely right. But hey, maybe I should move my shop into your country and then maybe I can, do better business.
Hey, like I said, to whomever wants to join my country, we have secure borders. We love liberty, and you'll get a Hilux and a Cord machine gun or a Dishka, whatever it is that you want. I'm not going to ask you what your business is. Just don't do anything stupid. All right. Very simple.
For anybody watching this live stream as it starts to fall apart, just go back and see previous live streams when we introduced Czar Baroda and the what is it? The RRS? Is it the RRS?
RSS, yeah.
RRSS. And that's a joke in and of itself. And by the way, we did get some hate for that, I can tell, on the ScrewTube algorithm.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, just as we said RSS. And that's, dude, we're having fun. We're poking fun at people, and that happened. All right, let's bring it over to Gimli and learn me something. They've been so patiently sitting here. Gimli's like, man, I'm writing notes, but I really want to have a beer. I got some time off. Why am I hanging out with these knuckleheads?
No, Redbeard touched a couple nerves, man. Dude, you're 100% right. First of all, I have a bachelor's in applied science, and the most important thing they taught us is science does not prove anything. It confirms or denies a hypothesis. Period. Yep. Okay. So real quick on the ivermectin shit, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the media being completely full of shit. If you said ivermectin, oh my God, you're taking horse dewormer, blah, 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 blah. The drug was literally made like 100 years ago and was given to
Trials with
human
humans.
beings forever. It
Yeah.
won an award, right?
He won a Nobel Peace
Yeah,
Prize.
yeah.
Dude, he won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Dewormer.
Yeah.
Again, it's the media pissing on me and telling me it's raining. It's bullshit. They're full of it, right?
Yeah.
So now, and like, let's bring up censorship real quick. So, like, you just brought up the algorithm. I think it is censored to a point where the algorithm doesn't. Let me tell you why. So,
hang on, we spoke over. You say that again. Start your argument over.
So talking about censorship, when it comes to the algorithm, I don't necessarily think it's 100% of the algorithm either. So let me tell you why. I didn't start, I'm going to say, consuming YouTube until like 2019. Okay. So, and the reason I started watching YouTube is I started my own YouTube channel. Okay. It's still up to this day. It's a woodworking channel. It's called Johnny Be Good, Turning the Wood, all one word. Right. So I had this channel up for maybe a month, and I'd be, watching other woodworking videos on YouTube. Then some of the political stuff started getting in my feed. Okay. I started watching stuff like PragerU, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, blah, 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 blah. For the first month of my YouTube channel, I'm getting 5,000, 10,000 impressions on just turning a bowl. Okay. Hey, what's up, Jake? How you doing, buddy?
I had to throw that up there. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I figured that was somebody you knew.
Yep,
Hey, Buckeye Bushcraft. I don't know you, but I know who you are. Well, I've seen you on Instagram and stuff. So good to see you over here, my good man. And apparently Gimli owes you money. So that's pretty awesome.
So anyway, so we're not even talking about me posting political stuff. YouTube saw that I was looking at conservative media, and my impressions dropped from 5 to 10,000 to less than 1,000, like that.
Yep.
My wife thought I was nuts. She's like, "You're a conspiracy theorist. You're nuts." I'm telling you, I've seen it. So it's not necessarily, the content. I think if they just have you looking at anything conservative based, I mean, look at like Buckeye Bushcraft just popped up here. It's been said before that after January 6th, if you had a channel that had to deal with the outdoors, prepping, survival, all that shit is getting pushed down. It's getting depressed, right? So I'm here to tell you guys, I've seen that censorship stuff for real. They didn't want no channel starting up by some conservative. So I just thought that was funny, because but that's where I get most of my current event content is both left and right. I watch that jerk Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks. I can't stand that guy, but I still listen to his arguments, and I go, yeah, I don't agree with you. So,
but you have to do that, right? And that's what, again, a free and open society. So this would be my groupthink. Yeah, well, yeah, you can't have groupthink, right? I mean, that's exactly how you get groupthink, and that's how you end up, having forest fires and there's no water in your reservoirs, type of shit, and then you're just pointing the fingers at everybody else. And yeah, I just said that. Like, there's people who should be held accountable. You were responsible for this one thing, and you let and then the media is covering up for you, and this has been going on for a while now. So, Gimli, I don't know if you want to respond to that, but as I bring it back to the group, just to let everybody know, I mean, Gimli's hitting on something I want to bring up eventually. And, we're at an hour and not quite hour and 15, but I want to talk about new tech media. And, there is a dichotomy, and we are living in a period of history where each and every one of us, whether you don't agree with anything that the four of us are saying or anybody in the chat, you are in a point in a period of history where we are at an inflection point. It's either going to go this way. I personally think evil was trying to take us in one direction, and had evil won just back in 2016, we probably wouldn't be here having this conversation right now, because this would be blocked and banned. So, fellas, I'm going to bring up the new tech media in a little bit. Let me just bring it over to Learn Me Something, and then you guys as a group, where do we want to go with that? But Learn Me Something. If you've got a different direction you want to take us in right now, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things, echo a couple of things that both Gimli and Krasnaya Broda had to say.
Dude, hey, seriously, Jeremy, he should be your foreign minister, dude. He's
So with regard to the ivermectin and how it's clearly effective for a multitude of different things, it's the sheer fact that it was blocked by a lot of the media sources only goes to show how much they were sponsored and pushed by big pharma to not discuss a very inexpensive treatment, but to push more of the expensive treatments that were out there, the vaccines and all these other things, because then it would be, something that insurance companies could get involved with, and all of big pharma gets to pretty much profit off of it. Besides the fact that it, in some ways, I mean, I can't say this 100%, but it seems as though there are studies that say that these particular vaccines actually suppressed people's immune systems and then allowed them to contract certain things as well. So that was also a topic of discussion during that time. There was
that was the topic of discussion that was suppressed big
correct.
Time.
Yeah. Absolutely. And touching upon what was stated about the fact that we're a society that is on a ton of medication. Yeah. If you ever notice, people's medications seem to essentially procreate, and then you end up having more and more as you get older, because you have to then take another medication to remedy whatever side effect you're getting from the prior medication. So over time, you could start off with maybe having 3 medications that you're taking. By the time you're in your 70s or even into your 80s, I've seen people, whether they be neighbors or friends or whatever else, they've got a whole shelf full of these things. Yeah. And it's not doing anything to prolong life or really help you. It's just slowly deteriorating your body.
Right.
These things are just essentially poisons. There are more holistic approaches that you could take that can actually deal with the core issue and remedy those core issues, or at the very least control those core issues. But nobody wants to get involved in that because everybody wants that quick fix, or what they perceive as a quick fix. But that quick fix, I mean, it gives you a whole lifetime of other ailments and illnesses that you're going to have to deal with. So those are
on that medical. I want to come back to you for a follow up, and then we'll come over to Redbeard. But like you and Gimli were just kind of like playing off each other really nicely there. So you did a little bit more of a dive on the medical side, the pharmaceutical side. But that's it right there. So when we go back to ivermectin, or like let's just say marijuana, there's if you look at more holistic or natural exercise, like no one was allowed to exercise. Since when is exercise bad for you? Right? Like I'm trying to feed you into that, right? Because we saw that being suppressed, and we saw people not even an ounce of journalistic integrity, not even willing to ask a question. Like, hang on a second, why are we like poo-pooing that? Why aren't and at the end of the day, and that's why I kind of want to get Gimli, John in this, because John, I think you said earlier, the whole comment about follow the money, and Anthony, you kind of are alluding that too. Yeah. You guys want to play on that for a little bit?
I wanted to touch on 2 of those points. So they wanted people to not necessarily they wanted everybody to be confined indoors, and then they also didn't want you to exercise.
No, and I'm sorry, before you go any further, don't forget, the point I'm trying to make here is the press, the media, the fourth estate was, in my opinion, knowingly went along with this farce, this facade.
Okay. Yeah, they were 100% complicit. This is exactly what they were trying to do. They were stoking the fears of people and making them essentially get to the point where they would become sick. They would do it. So if you're telling people don't exercise, don't do this, don't go outside, because if you go outside, we're going to arrest you if you don't have a mask on, even though there's fresh air, and it's like very difficult to contract anything when you're outside in the open. but we want you to be indoors and, you know, maybe work in a more confined space, but at the same time, we also want you to keep that, what was it, that 6 feet separation here and there. It was just very odd because they also wanted you to have these masks that people were constantly touching and touching and touching, thereby getting more bacteria and more filth on there. So it was only a matter of time before you would get sick because you're using the same gear, you're using maybe the same gloves or using the same mask or something like that. And I would see that, you know, in stores, people doing that kind of stuff in New York because they would not allow you into certain businesses. Then you had other businesses that would say, okay, if you're not vaccinated, you're not welcome here. We're not going to serve you. You know, that's a very sick way to, you're marginalizing people because they want to actually have a choice over what they put in their body and govern what goes into their body and what they eat and how they dictate their lives. But all of a sudden now, you know, it's no longer my body, my choice. It's whatever the government at the time says you've got to do. And a lot of the time it wasn't even necessarily, you know, during the Trump administration, them pushing that agenda. It was more so the states and the municipalities that would push that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then as the Biden administration came in, it went full bore at that point, and it just got well out of hand. And they tried to truly micromanage everything.
As I turn this over to John, I'm just want to add one comment in there because I'm on the record. I said this way back in the day when Jeremy and I were doing Mission Critical or just even here on Centerline. You know, the moment that businesses were required to do law enforcement and medical, like I think there needs to be a reckoning. I'm not messing around, boys and girls. And the people who we shouldn't be vindictive and vengeance, is mine and all that, says the Lord. Yeah, I get that, but people need to be held accountable. Like, so Anthony, one of the things you said, like, oh, you can't come in here or eat here unless you have a vaccine. So when is it when is it the prerogative or the jurisdiction or the ability of a business to dictate because if they're going to say, well, if you don't do it, then, I get to deny you service because otherwise that's a health risk. Well, what about hepatitis B? What about all the other health risks? Are you going to take on those responsibilities too? Right. Does everybody have to show oh, here's my vaccination card, before you walk in? Like, no, that's not that responsibility does not legally fall upon a business owner. So the fact, and that has to, in a fair media, in a real constitutional republic, representative democracy, this has to come to light and it has to be addressed as adults. John, go ahead.
So going back to it's a lot deeper than just that. You guys are going to remember that was an election year. Obama had a pandemic, the swine flu.
Yeah.
You remember that? No one ever talked about that. The media added fuel to the fire, fear mongering, I believe in my heart, to try to change an election.
Oh yeah.
Think about how crazy 2020 in the spring. At masks. Then George Floyd dies. Oh, we don't have to wear masks. Oh, burn down a police building, blah, 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 blah. 3 months later, oh my God, why aren't you wearing your mask? You can't say both things and have them both be true at the same time. It's 100%.
John, I just got to throw this out there. If we had a fair and a fair and balanced media, because I remember that, because Jeremy and I live in Minnesota, right? Yeah. So even though Minneapolis is like 3 hours south, and as far as I'm concerned, it could be its own fucking country outside of my state. But that's exactly it.
Like California.
Then it was acceptable, and no one enforced any quote unquote law, and these were never really laws, right? But then a guy wants to have church services, and then the cops show up and fucking, even if the church services were outside in the parking lot and everybody's in their car, nope, you can't do that. So So tell me, media, when are you guys going to report and start telling that fucking story? Right? That's what a real media would be doing. A real media wouldn't be walking away in fear they would be addressing it head on, but we haven't had a real media in ages. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's been a long time. But again, I think if COVID wouldn't have happened during an election year, or if the media didn't, if the all media didn't have Trump derangement syndrome, I mean, their whole narrative, and you got to remember what the whole point Trump won the election to begin with is because the American people wants him to drain the swamp. The government is too big. So now, like I say, you follow the money. The media had pharmaceuticals, right, in their back pocket, pushing them, right? The deep state is freaking out that Trump might get elected, and he's making progress. You have the riots in the summer, and then all of a sudden, COVID's an important thing to talk about after the riots are over and it's close to the election. It's all narrative to control people. It's all a narrative to control people. And like I said, I wish we could have an experiment and change, time slots and see what would have happened with COVID when it wasn't during an election year. And then you got to remember there was so much money linked to that. Hospitals. You put death by COVID on the birth certificate, you're getting thousands of dollars. You hook up to a respirator, which the science was saying that's how you cure it. Now we know like 90% of the people that got hooked on a respirator, they didn't make it. And that a respirator is not the way to go. So there was huge money involved with it. The media think about when you talk about the science, Redbird, we had doctors on YouTube disagreeing with it, and they were censored, right?
That's right.
Because they were not feeding into the groupthink and the media. And the media is responsible for fanning the flames of fire, fear mongering. And if hindsight's 2020, you look back, go, So during the pandemic, nobody died of pneumonia. Car deaths went down, which you can make a argument that maybe less people were driving. But I'm telling you, as an HVAC tech, I had to work through it because it's considered essential. There were plenty of people out and about, even when Ohio was shut down.
That's right.
So it's because people were putting. If you died in a car accident and you tested positive for COVID, they put COVID in the death certificate.
Yeah, that's right.
How many people actually die of COVID? And then I think,
just real quickly before you go on that, back to because that I think ties in. So again, if we had real journalists, they'd be pulling on that string right now because that ties into follow the money that you kind of talked about earlier. And again, you could say, oh, this is tinfoil hat. Go do your own research. Again, he died of COVID. He's got 4 gunshot wounds to the chest. Now it was COVID because there was money involved, right?
Exactly.
Just like the whole transgender thing.
And
so
then if you look at the other death rates, they went down. Somebody fact check me on this because I don't remember, but I thought I remember reading in 2021 that all cause mortality deaths were lower in 2020 than they were in 2019. So less people died in 2020 than 2019. But oh my God, Orange Man bad and this pandemic, blah 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 blah. I'm telling you, it was used as a tool by the media to try to manipulate an election. That's my opinion. So internet, if you don't like my opinion, I'm sorry. You can kiss my ass. It's just
I think we just need to call it the Elon Musk. If you don't like it, you can just you can just do the Elon Musk. You'd be like, what does that mean? And I'll pull up the clip where he's just like, I think again, I love it. It's one of my favorites. And I'm not. Look, Elon Musk is a smart guy. I mean, plain and simple. But I just love hearing a really intelligent guy. I think I saw somebody say, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if they were making a joke or if it is true. Does he have ADHD or Asperger's or something like that?
He has
He
Asperger's.
does?
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that kind of explains a little bit, right? But he's just such a fucking smart guy with these other issues. So when he did that interview and he said, go fuck yourself. And then the host didn't know what to do. And he's like, no, do I need to say it again?
Right.
It's genius. I love it. But okay, fellas, we're going to try to keep it around 2 hours. and I already know I want to go for at least 6. I'm already having this conversation, but I got to give you guys time. But I'm going to let you know. So where we've all been going, I'm just going to do this just so no one thinks I'm bullshitting. Like these are all the notes I've scribbled. I'm on the freaking side of the paper right now listening to these guys. So, we're not going to get to all these. And that's kind of the problem with this, right? This is such a big topic. This is so real and so dangerous, so damaging. So if there's any way I can maybe shape your guys' thoughts over the next 30 minutes, I would like it to maybe kind of be about the new tech side of media. So, and I think, no offense, Czar Baroda, I'm sure you're bringing up, but I think it was the back and forth with Anthony and John where we were talking about that dude, new tech, because you guys both have mentioned Joe Rogan and other platforms that you listen to. And I don't know all their names as well, right? I didn't even know half of the people that Trump went on podcasts during the election, right? But these are people who are like 10 million views a video, right? So new tech. And I think if you go back all the way into like Snowden and Assange and all these other things,
stop being in my head, Mark. What the hell, dude?
Then see, God, you and I, the beards are talking. But that's what I'm saying. So new tech is a threat to the old guard, the dinosaur media, because that's when you have people saying, oh, you guys, we'll read it. We're the media. We know how to assess this information. You guys don't read this. And that goes into what I think both Anthony and John, you're kind of getting at. Like, what? I'm not a doctor, but I'm not stupid. Once I read a medical journal that says, here's what here's how many microns, here's the size of the particulate. Well, I can start putting two together. I'm not the sharpest tack, but I'm not fucking dull, right? So if you guys think about that, and I think that's why we see what we're seeing, and maybe when it gets back to me, I'll make my prediction. I think mainstream media, old guard media, dinosaur media, whatever you want to call it, I think it's dying. I think, well, here, I'll just say it. I don't think it lasts 2025. On our current trajectory, the new media, and then, and then with everybody and certain leaders trying to say, we are the media, the truth is starting to get out there. And then I don't want to go into the AI side, the artificial intelligence side of it, because once AI gets into it, the left is done. I mean, if it's true AI and it's the real truth, the whole world would be so better off. But that's what they're afraid of, and that's why you got, again, I don't want to say names because I can't remember if it was, I'll just say, like, was it Dan Rather or Walter Cronkite? It wasn't either of them, but whatever talking head was saying, we can't read WikiLeaks, or we got to trust the science and listen to the experts. And this is my last comment. It saddens me because I consider myself, I'm a conservative. I want to conserve values. I want to conserve life, liberty. I want to have, not all of us are going to achieve the pursuit of happiness, but, for us to go down that struggle and that path in our own way, I want that to exist. But I think we're starting to see certain elements in our society who don't want that. And the media is one of their tools in their toolkit. And that is being dulled or stripped away from them. And this is starting to happen more often. And that's what evil is scared of. That's kind of my almost final comment. Let's just go for the next 30 minutes. If you guys want to address that or go in a different direction, that's fine. But I do want to kind of talk about, is that, here, I'll put it into a question. Is the statement I just made correct? Is new media, alt media, the replacement? Is this what old media, dinosaur media, those who want to control us, is this what they're afraid of, or is it something different?
Yeah, I think that they're afraid of dialogue and discourse and people actually communicating with one another. I mean, you watch certain podcasts, like let's say you look at Sean Ryan, and he'll have a person on. He never gets combative with his guest, even if he may not necessarily agree with a point. He never gets combative. He allows them to tell their story. And at the same time, he may ask follow-up questions, or he may try to divert it in a different direction, but he never gets combative, nasty, or anything like that. And I think what alternative media does now is they really want to have a discussion. because that's how you get into somebody's head. That's how you understand what that person's perspective is.
Mhm.
And it's much better to do that than to just, as soon as you disagree with somebody, just shout them down, because maybe they do have a point and you're just being closed-minded about something. So it's incumbent upon everybody to listen to somebody else. You may not disagree, and you should respectfully disagree, because the only way that we move the ball forward as a society and we try to take back more of the control and bring that control back to the populace is through having coalitions and understanding that, you know what, sometimes we're not going to agree 100%, but if we agree 80%, that's good enough, right? That's how you get things done. There are people that you may work with, whether you do construction or whatever else, you may not necessarily agree, but you need that guy or gal to do a certain function, because collectively you get that entire project done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's to me, that's extremely important. I think that's really what alternative media does. It bridges that gap, and it lets people say, you know what? He has a guest on there that I may not necessarily agree with, or I would have never really liked, but they made an impression on me because he came on this show and he actually had a forum with which to speak. And you know what? We have more things in common than we do that we are in stark contrast.
Amen.
So, yeah.
No, keep going.
No,
That's
that
was an amen from the back row. Preach it, brother. I like what you're putting down.
100% agree. Definitely legacy media did take a huge hit, especially, it was proven this election. And I'll tell you what, dude, I would encourage people to stop watching cable news, stop watching even Fox, like even the ones that we say are conservative. I consume podcasts when you're in the car. Get on Spotify or even like that, the podcast app on your iPhone or whatever. Just to name a few. The ones that kind of brought me back into politics were like Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, and then like Dave Rubin he's a homosexual man married to another man. He's a classical liberal, and now the left hates him. And they think he's right wing. I listen to his stuff all the time because he's got good arguments. And here's proof, Mark, that legacy media is losing. Well, first of all, TikTok was a
no, hang on. You just said it. Dave Rubin is on this side of the conversation.
Yeah.
Dave Rubin is on this side of history. Like, again, I don't have to condone his sexual, but like you just, dude, I like listening to Dave Rubin. We don't have to agree on everything. But that's the new media. So I love how you just pulled them up.
Yeah. Well,
great
about
reference.
this, TikTok was always far left. During the election, dude, Charlie Kirk was getting like 5 to 10 million views on things he was saying. Charlie Kirk helped Trump get elected, when going to learn me something's point about, having the ability to have a educated argument or a respectful argument the left has lost the ability to do that. And this one dude I'll tell you guys about, he's got a podcast. It's called the PBD, Papa Bravo Delta, Patrick Bet David. He does like a 2.5-hour podcast, like 3-4 times a week. I love this man. Like he'll bring lefties in, and just watching him calmly just destroy their arguments or go, okay, I can respect that. I love listening to his podcast. So I would definitely look into him. And like I said, the Dave Rubin thing, what I love about him is like because here's been the false narrative since I've been an adult, that right-wing white males are homophobic and racist. I love Dave Rubin.
Did you just see? This couldn't have been time better. Gene just
Hodge twins.
Hodge twins are fucking hilarious. They're awesome, and they're smart motherfuckers.
There's another good guy. It's called the Black Conservative Perspective. He's got some good arguments, and he'll leave like. Hang
on, I'm gonna hopefully you guys will help me here. I'm about to embarrass myself. There's an older black guy who's like, I think he may have been a pastor. He's religious, and he'll bring people on, and then he talks so calmly the whole time, and he's an older guy. and he just eviscerates people.
Who's the guy out in California? He ran for the governor. I like him too. I forget his name.
Arnold
That's the
Schwarzenegger.
radio show?
No,
The
he
has
had
a
his
radio
own
show?
newspaper. He's a older black man. Grew up in the
Oh no, yeah, they threw his ass under the bus, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while. But didn't he run for? He was
Yep.
running in the primary. What is his name? Shit. what's
God,
his name?
he's disappeared for a while, but he was another outspoken. Hey, again,
Yeah.
and there, bringing it back to the media. If you're I don't even like the term minority. What does that fucking mean? You're an American, right? If you're an American and you happen to be of a, if you're black or, if that's your ethnicity is, you identify as Hispanic, whatever, man, you're an American.
Yeah.
Like, as far as I'm concerned, like one of the big, and Jeremy and I've had this conversation, like we should all wear an armband. This I'd be willing to do. I'm not into reparations or something, but like we do have a little bit of shame. Our most recent shame was the internment of Japanese Americans in World War II. You know what? Hey, who was running the fucking country, boys and girls? Democrats. Who was all about slavery? Democrats. So I don't mind wearing an armband of shame for our past digressions. I don't. And I kind of this last you just have to
learn from those.
Yeah, but we have in our media today. If you are one of the groups, whatever. And if you come out and you start talking common sense, dude, again, then we see the real racism and everything. Oh, you're an Uncle Tom or you're this, you're that. Like, hold it. Did you just hear what you just said? Yeah. Because he disagrees with you? Like, you're making this about skin color. Not the rest of us. I just want to hear his argument.
To my point,
here it is. We got it. Peterson. Here we go. I just got to pop this up. Gene is on fire in a different way tonight. One of the other podcasts, Gene, was just making us all crack up. He's throwing some truth bombs at us here tonight. Thank you, Gene. Woo! Yep, that's his name. Yep.
Yeah, so quickly, just to my point, though, like when I go to consume media, since I've been villainized my whole life for being a straight white male, I like listening to people's perspectives that have left the left. Like Dave Rubin is like, I'm a classical liberal. The Democrats are nuts. That Patrick Bet-David, he's a Syrian, and then he was an Iranian refugee, and he's an immigrant, business owner. He was in the army. He's a vet, So I do like the Officer Tatum, and that guy's funny. He's got good clips. The Hodge twins are hilarious. I hope I can see them one day.
I think Officer Tatum is different from some of those because he's smart. I mean, that and again, and that somebody be like, oh, well, because he's black. I'm like, no, he's smart. He's just smart. He comes at it with an argument. He knows, and some of it is philosophical and some of it is spiritual, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he can back it up, and like there's no one who's going to put him in a corner and say, well, but the Bible says this, and he'll be like, no, that's not what it says. And like I remember, hey, that's a really nice jacket and purse you're carrying. So tell me again, what you're trying to say to me. I think that was one of his more recent.
On the Pierce, what's his last name? Pierce something over on in the UK. Gene
Morgan. Pierce Morgan.
Yeah, Pierce Morgan. I like watching his stuff to get the left's views because we usually have he's versus one leftist or two leftists versus one conservative. But my point is, I like getting those perspectives from people that were always told to me that aren't conservative, and the only reason I'm conservative is because I'm a straight white male. Well, it's bullshit now because I get most of my media from people of color, right? Yep. Shapiro, he's Jewish, right? It's not, so you can't say, oh, it's just a Christian guy, And some of these people, they say things I agree with, some of them don't. And like, going back to learn me something's point about having, a respectful conversation or argument. This is a problem I have with the left is they never will go into argument with a good faith argument with the capacity to have their mind changed. I go into every argument assuming that I'm wrong. I have a saying I tell my kids, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth because you're supposed to listen twice as much as you talk. So when I talk to somebody about these things, I like to hear their perspective. And I always walk into a conversation with the ability to have my mind changed because I'm just a humble man and I'm fallible, right? I can be wrong about everything. That's the difference. That's the problem with the media is they all the shit that you bring up, it's never a good faith argument. It's just
everything you just said, John, according to the media, makes you a sexist, racist, homophobic, Islamophobic, phobophobic.
Yeah.
Like that was way too much common sense and
The only
humanity.
thing I'm not phobic of is beer, apparently.
All right, Red, learn me something. Czar Baroda, you guys keep that going.
Yeah.
You guys are onto something right there. I like it.
You know, so I just want to point out, like, so I tend to be, Mark knows this. I'm and I have no problem sharing it. I'm definitely, if you had to put a label on me, I'm very much I guess I fall into the libertarian camp. And which is fine. I mean, but I would definitely consider myself a Ron Paul libertarian, like the OG, like not the so in saying that, and I want to make this distinction because I feel we're still at a time where it needs to be made. A lot of people from the left did go into the Libertarian Party. However, a lot of real libertarians didn't consider them as actual libertarians because they brought a lot of the left into that fold. And it was complete. That's why you had the split with the Mises caucus, and you had all of that fallout. And now we're kind of back into that, and we're trying to figure things out. But what I'm trying to kind of imply, and it was something that Gimli had brought up, is, you know, it's amazing when you see people that switch from one side or one party to the other. And when most of the libertarians I've ever met that I've dealt with were from the far side of way far side of the spectrum. Like a lot of these people were about like socialists, right? And all of a sudden they're just like, hey, you know, like this is kind of messed up. There's got to be a better way. And they become some of the most ardent supporters of liberty you'll ever find, because they realize, like, okay, this doesn't quite make sense. None of this clicks. It doesn't work. And it's amazing because I feel like those people become the best advocates for liberty because they've also seen, you know, the potential outcomes of the worst parts of how life can be without it.
It's like immigrants coming from communism, so to speak.
And that's, I mean, a lot of people from over there, they either end up where politically, typically they're conservative or libertarian party, because they know how bad it gets, and they understand like the extremes that you can face. And, you know, and with that considered, one other thing that because I love listening to podcasts too. I probably listen to more than I should. But it's a nice way to make it through the day. And but you know, when we look at media, I think, and this is just my humble opinion, I think the nail in the coffin, which proceeded into the death throes of legacy media, and it went on for a while up until this point, is when they really went after and they witch hunted Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, because those two guys were the most, like, they blew the top off of everything. And they, you know, and you look especially at Assange and what he did with WikiLeaks back when it was still a very credible source of information, or at least relatively credible. You know, like, they went after him so hard, but what I think is crazy is, to some degree, like, they knew they couldn't actually touch him. They tortured the guy. They treated him like shit. We all know this, but think of how long it took before he pled out. And don't get me wrong, like, the guy pled out because, you know, he's just like, I can't do this anymore. You know, like, and I don't blame the guy. Like, and it's not a discredit towards him or the media, but that's how you know legacy media was done, because they literally lampooned the guy. They tried for a decade to go after this guy, and they couldn't do it. And even after the fact, when they got their little minutia of victory, look at where it got them. Look at where it ended up. Like, the legacy media was so far gone at that point, especially after Assange finally went to court and he pled. You know, it's amazing, because it's like, you wasted all this time and you didn't even like, they tried to kill the guy too. Let's not forget that. Like, you literally tried to erase this guy. You couldn't even do it. And now you're becoming the past, and you're having more people that are going in that independent journalist swing, more people that are doing podcasts, more people that are seeking the truth than ever before. This is invariably the way, guys. Like, there's no going back from here. And I do think that the Snowden and Assange things were really some of the fundamental nails in that coffin that started the whole cascade. I really do.
Hey, if Jeremy, you're kind of setting us up here for a great kind of let's just, as we start kind of getting ready to take it out, let's just do a series of questions around one question for everybody to answer, then we'll kind of start wrapping it up after that.
Sure.
But to what you just said, so like Assange, Snowden, WikiLeaks, the media saying you guys can't look at that only we can, you guys don't have a clearance. What the fuck are you talking about? You're so and so from MS, who gives a shit? You don't have a fucking fuck you, right? Trying to tell me what I can and cannot read. But boys, but on that note though, I think that's kind of that is kind of the whole point, right? Is exactly that. So just as maybe as a kind of a question or a comment on that, like, is that the thing that hopefully, well, I mean, in a weird way, may have helped us, for how does that poem go? For the want of a nail, a horse was lost. You go down. Is that the thing that maybe will help us secure freedom? And help us win in the long run? Just that, the whole fact that people are realizing, well, because that's what they try to do on Capitol Hill. That's where I was kind of going. I got to turn off a quick alarm real quickly. No, I'm not being invaded by zombies. No, but they tried to pin that on Kash Patel. I think it was Kash Patel, or it may have been on not Noam, but gosh dang it, Tulsi Gabbard. It was Tulsi Gabbard. A Democrat tried to attack her and was trying to force her to say that Assange was a traitor. If you guys, so that's the press, that's the media, that's who we become. You guys can turn this alarm off. I'll be right back. You guys, but take it. Whoever wants to answer that.
Yeah, I'll just add something real quick for you guys to bite on, because I think you guys probably know about this. Another huge victory as it pertains to the downfall of media and they lambasted the guy forever. But Ross Ulbricht was freed. He was pardoned by Trump. And if you know anything about Ross, he was the creator of, I believe it was the Silk Road. And the guy was imprisoned for creating a website. And the media destroyed the guy. They destroyed the guy. They called him the most vile piece of shit in the world. And this man finally got his day of justice. What more of a squeal of death does the media need? And not even just the media, the government bureaucracy and the apparatus that existed. What we are heading towards, I don't know what it looks like, boys. We are heading towards something better. What that is, I don't know, but this is a good first step. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I know all of you guys can.
Redbeard, right back at you, and then just to add to another little aspect for everybody else's responses. I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot all about that. Yeah. And seriously, talk about a gross miscarriage of justice, and then take it all the way back into Benghazi, something that I just been talking about some of the last podcasts.
It's another 3-hour podcast right there.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this was all because of a guy did a video or a podcaster. I don't even care if the guy really did do what you said he did. This is America. He has the right to do that. If you want to make a cartoon of Muhammad, guess what? You live in America. You can do that. Somebody might think it's offensive and reprehensible, but you don't get to go and kill them because you don't like it. Dude, that guy or gal has the freedom of expression, that freedom of speech. So I just wanted to add that in there. Redbeard, I don't know if you want to directly respond to that, but then I want to come back to and hear, John and Anthony's comments on that, because great pull. That is such a great representation of right here, right now, what the media and our government and how our government uses media and what they're willing to do to people who they don't like.
Yeah, 100%. Like they were, for all intents and purposes, the media, I would say even within like the last decade and even during the duration of Trump, I mean, it was a warpath against anybody that didn't agree with him, that didn't pull the narrative, that didn't align with whatever war it was we are a part of. That's another area that we haven't even touched, but the whole propaganda and spin on just sending anybody and everybody to war and being in places we don't need to be, they'll justify it up and down all day, which is part of the reason why Snowden and Assange were persecuted, because they exposed a lot of no-nos, notwithstanding Ross. And it's like, look, if you look at Ross and you look at other people like him, just like the situation that you even kind of brought up too, Mark, like they literally are holding people responsible for what other people do, right? And all Ross did was create a website to enhance a real free market. And yeah, you're going to have people that do bad things, but in the end of the day, Ross wasn't the one who sold illicit drugs. He's not the one that, did things that he shouldn't be doing. You go after the people that are the problem. You don't go after the guy who simply created a more effective way of doing business. And so I think that
there you go. Hey, sorry, Jeremy, real quickly. I'll turn to guys. But that's another problem that we have, because we don't have an honest media. Like, so whenever somebody like does a lawsuit, hey, little Johnny killed himself, committed suicide, used one of your guns, I'm suing you because it's your fault. Yeah. Hang on. In a sane society, you would have a media that would say, no, the real fault with this was like whatever, like, was it parenting? Yeah. Was it his school? Was it society? Why did little Johnny like feel so alienated from his friends, his family, his God, like, why did he take his life? Right. No one talks about that. Instead, we want to sue the car manufacturer or we don't even look in the right directions right now. And then just on media, because I saw some media and there's two sides to it. Here's this morbidly obese lady. She's a rapper. She's trying to get a lift, a car, a rental. The guys can't do it. And now she's going to sue Lyft. And I've seen some stories that are trying to be all, sympathetic. It's like, hang on a second. Why isn't there a real journalist simply saying, why are we promoting and encouraging activities that we know are just bad for the human being? Like, I just feel like I'll dance around this, but if there was a press, what I'm just trying to say is, like, again, empathy, boys and girls. I know some people who are going through some tough times, and I just, I want it to be better. I'm not sitting there reveling in their destruction or their self-destruction. Hey, lady, dude, it's not the guy's fault. And are you so narcissistic to not realize that you can't fit in that car? And no one wants to sit next to you on an airplane. You are morbidly obese. And so instead of picking on RFK Jr., like, no, we've got to take where's the real journalism?
We have a chronic illness problem in the United States. And
I spoke over you. Go ahead.
No, I was just adding to what you're saying. Like, we do have more concerning issues. Like, we have a chronic illness issue in the system right now in this United States. And the only thing they're interested in doing is like perpetuating chronic illness. Like, it's absolutely asinine. But again, I'll end it on this and then I'll yield the floor. I know it's kind of going back to the Rona, but if we really think about this, right? It's pretty well known that there was origins from a lab, right? Like, it's pretty well known. Now, just think about this. How do we know, and this is pure speculation, but I've heard it alluded to, how do we know that, like, in the end of the day, like, the whole intent, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't whatever. How do we know that, like, it was the whole thing all along to create a petri dish to see how fast they could degrade people? Like, we were just talking about, people being in their homes. You can't exercise. Like, this illness wasn't even the primary subject, right? The illness, Rona, wasn't even the thing we should have been paying attention to. It was the mechanism of control, and the whole world was a petri dish. And, it is amazing because of how complicit the media was in spreading so much of this. And it's like, it was real. The Rona was real. Don't get me wrong. I just had it. But in the end of the day, like, what else was real was almost more damaging than the Rona itself. I would argue it was more damaging because it literally created an environment to see how fast that they
We
could
haven't
get
even seen how damaging it is yet, brother.
well that's
what about all the kids that
Yeah.
grew up into that and they were getting
right.
abused at home?
And that's what I'm saying.
Things
Is
are
like
lives forever.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is like so the illness itself wasn't even the controlled experiment. It was seeing how fast they could change and control an environment by keeping people in the homes, by not having them work out, by having them literally ditch everything they've ever known, and then seeing what happens. Like that's the actual experiment. And the sad thing of it is with that, you had depression, you had SSRIs, you had all of these other hyper diagnosing and handing out of pharmaceuticals. I mean, in the end of the day, the Rona, in my opinion, was designed not for to produce casualties, but to produce an outcome. And they overwhelmingly succeeded in that. And like you said, like we're not going to know the effect of that outcome yet, probably for another decade or more, because that's when it's really going to rear its ugly head. And so I'll end it on that, but I
still think, I think things happen for a reason.
Yeah.
And I still think it was about trying to muddy up the election and try to get Trump out. Right.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure that was a huge part.
The rough until COVID. But I'm glad that he lost because we wouldn't have had Congress. Now we got Congress. We got the Supreme Court, and now we got the presidency. Now we actually got enough hammers in the bag to get to work, so to speak. Does that make sense?
And the people know what they were missing the entire time.
Yeah. Well, going back to Patrick David.
Well, hang on, before you do that, I don't want to go too far off comment. You guys were just talking about the election and and trying to find the positive and the negative. I only just want to add mine. I think we have a very different president. I personally think he won in 2020. That's my opinion. Save that for another podcast. I think the president we have now in 2025 is different than the one we would have had in 2021, right? And I think we're better off for that. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
God works in mysterious ways.
It's funny.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I remember talking to my uncle when he lost, and he said, "Don't freak out, John. It's for a reason. God has a plan." And then you've seen how bad the last 4 years were, and it's like it doesn't take a rocket science to see that. All that did is just it brought to light that since Obama, the country's been going down the wrong direction.
Hey, I'll just throw my last comment, and bring it back to you guys, and then we'll kind of start wrapping it up after that. But my last comment to what you just said, I know earlier I said, hey, look, I don't care who you voted for, I don't hold it against you. But if it was a private conversation, without the media, I would how are you gonna what is your argument for voting for Kamala? I'm waiting. Yeah. I am waiting to hear a cogent argument about why Kamala was a better choice. I just want to hear it, no matter how the media spins it.
Well, and the thing about how the media did that, first of all, the media for the last year was going, oh, Joe Scarborough saying he's the most potent, he's the sharpest he's ever been, and if you don't like it, F you. A week later, the most unpopular vice president in U.S. history all of a sudden is a rock star candidate, and they're just trying not to Ixnay, nothing to see over here. We're completely lying about Biden being mentally capable for the last 4 years. Now we want you to vote for this chick. She's awesome. Bro, did you look at her approval ratings before you made her a candidate? And then you want to talk about freedom and Trump's a Nazi. She's the only one that didn't go through a primary process. Democrats didn't vote for her.
I mean, she locked up so many people in California for bullshit, and she's on the record. Do your own research. Yep. She's cackling and laughing about how many people she locked up for minor marijuana charges and shit. Come on,
people are waking up, brother. I mean, the election is proof that people are waking up to the media's bullshit. And I mean, I honestly think that media is a hand of evil. I mean, they are the ones that are authoritarian. They're the ones that are phobic, have irrational fears about straight white male phobia. You created it here, right? They're intolerant to Christians or anybody that doesn't freaking believe how they believe, and they're propagandists at heart because they don't. They're reaping what they sow. I'll put it that way. The American people are waking up, which is good.
Okay,
I
so
encourage people don't.
all right,
put
here
that-
we go. All right, here we go, boys. We're gonna start wrapping it up, but we're going to go long. I mean, this is a good subject. I'm having fun. I still got a little bit of wine left. Seems we got some people chiming in on the chat right now too. So maybe everybody else is getting. I mean, seriously, John, I've got to learn a better software. I want to cut out what you just did, and that's like its own little 3-minute segment, dude. You were in fuego. You were nailing it, home runs with every swing of the bat. But bringing it back into kind of something that Clint's here in the house talking about things and what you were just getting at. But I want to try to bring it back into how do we fix it? I mean, so let's just kind of maybe take, the next 30 minutes. Well, because I think we're starting to see how we, and John, you kind of got us going on how we can fix it. Or maybe the question is, can it be fixed? What do we need to do to bring about a new era of actual journalism again, where we actually have reporters being reporters and actually really who's seriously, their gospel is to get to the truth, even if it exposes their side or the other, whatever, it doesn't matter. The truth matters. So you guys want to, how does that sound? Do we want to take the next 30 minutes and go in that direction?
I think that's where citizen journalism really comes in because, the vast majority of the legacy media, I mean, are they evil? Maybe, maybe not. But the thing is that they're actors. They're paid to do the work of whomever it is that owns them. So if they give them a script and say, hey, this is what I want you to say, this is the message that I want you to push, that's what they're going to do because they're not going to walk away from their cushy jobs and the nice lifestyle that they've got. Some of those people probably don't believe half the BS that they speak, but this is what they're
told. What's that guy who used to be on CNN? He got fired. He broke all the COVID rules as well. And now he's actually trying to be a hard ass with people.
Cuomo.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris Cuomo. Yep. Yeah. To your point,
yeah.
Well, how could you ever trust that guy? Just a couple of years ago, did he have an awakening? I mean, that's possible, but or is he just doing what he needs to do to make a paycheck?
That's it. Some of these people are going to be opportunists, and they're going to run to where the money is. So they'll just change their story. Look at elected officials. I've got one out here, in a mayor, and this guy all of a sudden he's trying to sound as though he's more conservative. Why? Because he's trying to get the Republican line in addition to the Democrat line that he has. The guy's full of crap. You know what he's going to do? He's going to do what every other one of these types of politicians do. They get the cross endorsement, and then they go full communist again. That's what they're going to do because they just want the vote so that they get another 4 years to push whatever agenda they want, and it's going to be full steam ahead to whatever nonsense they want. The guy already has, I think, meatless Mondays and some other stuff in the schools. What is this? Why don't you try giving these kids food that actually is nutritious and isn't just garbage? Because I remember when I was in public school and they gave us hot lunch, it was gross. You eat the crappy pizza because at least that crappy pizza was better than the rest of the stuff, or the really sad hamburger that they had there was a lot better than some of the other offerings. But they should really focus, with regard to nutrition, don't focus on this vegetarian crap. Focus on having good nutritious meals, whole foods that these kids actually benefit from. But going back to the political portion, outside of that, you have these people that are just going to be opportunists, and they're going to do whatever is going to work for them, either for a term and an additional term, or because they've got some sort of a portion of a media empire that they want to continue to prop up their lifestyle. Or if they're in Hollywood, that, you know what? Everybody thinks that this is a really cool direction to go in. So you know what? I'm going to be patriotic for 5 minutes and see what gets me. So it's really about seeing where people are going to be long term versus, are they doing a real correction, or is this fictitious just for their own personal gain? But I think the citizen journalist is really what's going to make a lot of the changes possible in our society, because the more that people walk away from listening to legacy media and looking at alternatives, I think they'll learn a lot more about even their own belief system, because they may even challenge their own belief system. And I think that's especially important for every adult to do.
Right.
They have believed
It
something.
should happen, right? Learn me something. It should happen because we're always evolving. God willing, we're long enough here to evolve.
Yeah, and I mean, I started my life when I was a lot younger. I was, more, I was a Democrat when I was a kid, But as you get older and you see things, and you don't see things only through the prism that television shows you, but through experiencing life, then you realize like certain things just don't add up. Like people are not at each other's throats because of differences in skin color or whatever else. Everybody gets along just fine.
That's the biggest
People just don't like a-holes.
Century.
That's
the biggest rope.
Well, hang on, John, real quickly. Learn me something. Finish, because you guys were talking over each other. Just finish that last sentence, and then John, let's come back to you. What your response was.
Yeah.
You guys, unfortunately, you guys said it at the same time, and I couldn't understand it.
No, it's people pretty much for the most part get along just fine, so long as they don't have abrasive personalities toward one another. People get along. If you go to, let's say, a resort, or you go on some other vacation, most of the time people are really cool, right? You don't look at the differences between each other and go, oh, I don't want to talk to that guy because he's this or that. You don't do that. You strike up a conversation, you see where there's commonality, and that's what you discuss. It's really not that big of a deal for people to push their differences aside and say, where do we have common ground? Where can we learn from each other? Where can we come together as people and have a great time? That's what's extremely important. And that's what's missing, because the media pushes this divisive divisive message out there, and makes people think that other people dislike them because of, this or that, whether it's a sexuality thing, or whether it's a color thing, or whether it's a religious thing. They try to stoke this weird division in the media. That's absolutely unnecessary, because on the face level, everybody's just fine with each other until they're pushed to have an issue with an individual. And it's typically with that individual because that individual is being a jerk. It's not,
and because of a specific reason or an event.
Right.
Yeah. Like you just stole my parking space, or whatever. Whatever.
Absolutely.
All right. Learn me something. Is that good?
Yeah.
Can I bring Okay, John. You were responding to that.
Wholehearted. I agree with you, dude. The whole race thing that is portrayed in the media, that's the biggest rope-a-dope of the 21st century, right? Because we're 22nd century. I'm stupid about that. What century? 21st. Because I'm here to tell you like I said, I meet 4 to 6 strangers a day. We are more alike than the media ever wants.
Right.
And I noticed they push more and more, because they know we're more alike. If they keep us divided, fighting amongst each other, we can't fight them, right? So that's the whole point.
Hey, real quickly, amen. We're at near the end of the podcast, and that's a great way. No, we're not ending it quite yet. I want you guys to still talk for a little bit more, but John, you just nailed it. That's what people should think about. Why are we being pushed into these corners in these camps? And John, it was so perfect. Gene commented as you were and there's a time lag, right? So he didn't even hear what you're saying. He was saying we all bleed red, which kind of reinforces what you're like. Right. That's what we should be pushing. And I know I've got as a child of the 80s, I've got my own personal comments on this. Like, it wasn't like this in the 80s, boys and girls. How did it get worse from when it was like, that doesn't even make any sense. So, all right, bring it back to you guys.
Yeah. So 100%. Like I was going to say, I'm a child of the 90s, grew up in the 90s. I was raised to be colorblind. Now the media wants people to believe if you're colorblind, that's racist. No, they're the racist ones. There's one race, the human race, right? And like I've always like told people, if I talk politics, I'd say, listen, I'm socially a liberal and fiscally a conservative. I don't give a shit about your race, your sexual identity. I don't give a shit about what happens inside your own walls, right? Mm-hmm. But my interpretation of history and the founding fathers is that government is a necessary evil, and it should be small, and it should be confined and controlled. So,
yeah.
Hey, I already had that. I'm not going to do it, but I already had that as one of the comments that I'm running on the tickers here. What you just said right there.
Oh,
John.
really?
And I know Redbeard probably just had such a big smile on his face when he heard you say that, because Redbeard's a big believer in that same thing. Where did I have that? Matter of fact, Redbeard, I think you gave me that quote that John just kind of alluded to.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But
going back to the media, people are waking up, dude, because we're tired of being told what we are not, and people are finding different sources. And I think as far as how do we fix it? We're fixing it right now. We fix it when you're fireside chats, talking to strangers, doing things. I do a lot. I take my kids everywhere, and we do a lot of stuff, and we meet a lot of new people. And this is how you solve the world's problems. We're doing what we're doing right now, sitting around a fire, having a drink, having your mind changed, and sometimes changing somebody else's mind, and finding a middle ground, right?
I just got to give you a quick shout out. Boys and girls, point of personal privilege. So, I've never had a beer in person with Anthony or John. Czar Baroda doesn't drink beer, although drinking is still legal in the RSS. So, but he doesn't partake. But I've hugged and shook hands with Czar Baroda. The other two gentlemen never before. But I'm here to tell you, John has shared pictures with me. Whether in the group chat or just in text message, and what he just said is spot the F on. So, you can make all your assumptions about who we are as people if you're being negative. That guy, I don't even know him, and I already know he's a good dad. I've seen the pictures, and the proof is in the pudding.
Appreciate it.
Well, but see, that's the kind of media that we should have, and we should be supporting. Is the stuff that you're doing in your life. That was a weird way to get that, and I don't know if we want to end on that kind of note, but
Mark, I know you get black coat a little bit, but this is one of my comments that I wanted to say in the wrap up. I know you get black coat a little bit. I still believe in my heart, good will always prevail over evil, and we're seeing it right now.
My guy.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it just I like to rip the Band-Aid off, not the slow peel. I don't want 1,000 years from now, but if that's the fight I have to be in, and okay,
but change is slow, and it is going to be evil is going to die by a death of 1 million paper cuts, and this is how good defeats evil. Every time somebody makes a right decision, that's a win. Sometimes you're not going to win them all.
Yeah.
But Mark, I told you a long time ago, and you could take this same analogy as a person and just make it bigger for all of humanity. There are two dogs living inside of everybody, a good dog and a bad dog. They're always fighting to come out. You know which one wins? The one that you feed it the most.
Mm-hmm.
The more good things you do, the more good is good. The faster good is going to defeat evil. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, boys. That was pretty damn good. And I know there's somebody hang on, why are these guys calling him Gimli? We should be calling him Gandalf. He's so wise, Well, it's because his beard isn't as gray as mine or Anthony's.
I'm not allowed to grow it as long as you guys. I get
and then there's probably that too, right? And you don't have a staff. All right, hey, seriously, fellas, I want to give Anthony and the Czar Baroda a chance to respond to that. Let's try to keep it at about 2.5 hours here tonight, but it's Friday. Again, I'm here to tell you, I'm looking straight in the camera. I'm looking at every one of you guys in the live stream. I could probably keep talking for 4 hours. and I was so
Oh, I know you can, Mark.
tired. I mean, these guys said I was so tired, but now I'm getting.
I'll pull up the call logs. Don't you worry. No.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly,
game.
right?
I'm game. I actually ate dinner tonight before I started drinking some beers, so I can make it.
Oh, I'm so screwed. I'm gonna have to like go through my freezer and find something. I don't have dinner prepared at all, and I'm already way past my bedtime. And if anyone thinks I'm joking, like it's not a joke. I have an alarm that I set on my phone at 10 o'clock at night, and my alarm speaks to me and it says, go to bed, stupid. And I have missed that alarm like almost every day for like 2 weeks, because I'm passing out at like 2000. I'm like, I'll eat dinner and I'm so tired and anyway, enough of that kind of wah. But it is Friday night. And if anyone else out there is getting old, hey, I'm here to tell you, if getting old was easy, everybody would do it. Right. So, like getting old sucks, but all right, I want to bring it over to Learn Me Something, Czar Baroda. You guys go wherever you want to go in it. Like, respond to Gimli, what we were just talking about, going another direction. You guys have all just made, I'm here to tell you, boys and girls, take your hats off to these three gentlemen. Even, Czar Baroda, who barged into our live stream today.
Wow, dude.
It was well played, sir. Well played.
Hey,
that's
organic, man. That's what it should be about.
And that's actually shrewd international diplomacy right there. The way he executed that. Well done.
Hey, do you want citizenship? I'll break a deal with you.
Well, I thought bringing you on was the deal, but
it was. It was. Don't you worry.
Yeah. I'm going to be the head of the sanitation department at the end of this podcast. But all right, hey, learn me something, Czar Baroda. Go wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do. Let's just start taking it out. We'll start wrapping it up here. But where do you guys want to go? What do you want to say? What do you want to add?
Go ahead, Redbeard. You got
it. So John, you'll probably like this. You talk about death of a million cuts. I've probably said this to Mark more than he's never heard it in his life. But there is a quote that I love. I live by it. I breathe it. It's by an author from the no country to a lot of media. He's a Russian author, and I actually am not afraid to read foreign literature because I'm not a freaking closed-minded retard. I can use that. But the guy's name is Fyodor Dostoevsky, and he's known for literature like the book Idiot. There's 2 parts to it. Hilarious, by the way. If you can ever find an English version of it, it is probably a totally just a chaotic, hilarious mess. I enjoyed it, but he has a quote that goes, "To live without hope is to cease to live." And the first time I ever heard that quote, it just stuck with me. There's very seldom something that you hear in your life, and you'll never forget it. And I've never forgotten it ever since the first time I've ever heard it, because I was like, no, yeah, 100%. It's true, it's one of those things. And I've told Mark, whether that hope comes to you by way of God, or God works through you to create hope for yourself or for somebody else, like hope is always there. Like it never goes anywhere. It's just you've got to be ready and willing to receive it or to provide it. And that's one thing that I love that quote. And I don't know how many times I've said it to you, Mark, probably ad nauseum, as I like to say, but I just want to, I figured I'd start with that. And I just
real quickly, you've never said it to me enough times.
Oh, I'll have to.
No, I'm being very serious. Keep on saying it. It's a good.
I'll have to bump those numbers up. Those must be rookie numbers.
Right. Those are rookie numbers, man.
Yeah.
But logically, you're 100% right, dude. Because if you don't have hope, you're already dead inside.
Yeah, right.
I kind of have the same motto I go through life as I say the day I'm not learning something is the day you're putting me in the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm hard-headed. I'm constantly learning shit.
Yeah. You have to, and it's and
so hey, just real quickly, boys and girls, this is a great example of how media actually can be a benefit. John and Jeremy don't hang out with each other and talk. Anthony and I don't hang out with each other. Like we're all just here right now, just being men, just, opening up and having a conversation. And that was like, and John just said, hey, look, the moment I'm not learning, it's the day that I die. And and I've never said this to John before because I don't think that's ever come up not quite as precisely as that, but I agree with that. Like, that's one of my mottos too. It's like, dude, like if you think you know everything, you let me know where you're going to be located so I can go be someplace else because you're a danger. You're an idiot, right? And that's this is how media can be a positive thing to bring people together. I don't care if it's one person, 100 people, 1,000,000 people. It'd be nice if Joe Rogan was like, hey, check out this podcast I found out yet, and it's on Joe Rogan. Yeah, that would be great. But that doesn't change anything of that what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
And that's go ahead.
No, and I was just gonna say, like in the realm of media, because there's two things I kind of want to end my bit on. Anybody that's ever listened to Mark and I, we've had so many conversations and so many yet unhad. And I'm very passionate about the Constitution. I'm very passionate about liberty. I'm very passionate about history, not just here, but abroad. And it's going to kind of, what I'm about to say is it's going to kind of go into that realm. But, we're talking about media and the hope for media. And around the time that you had the things going on with Snowden and Assange, there was already a glimmer of hope. And I'll admit, perhaps I'm slightly biased because I do like how the guy reports. He's not the most graceful speaker, but he does a good job. The guy's name is Patrick Lancaster. He's covered events around the world for a very long time, and he was one of the first people to really break the Maidan coup when it occurred in Kiev. And in Ukraine. He covered that since 2014, all of the events leading up to currently right now. This guy, he's in the trenches. He goes out to the front line. He covers it from the Russian side, which nobody does. And he's like, look, you guys, it's up to you guys to make up your decisions. I am simply here to record what I see and to provide you with the other side of what's going on. And he's like, don't believe everything I say. Don't take everything I say as a word of truth or whatever. He's like, it's up to you to do the research, to look into this. But he's like, you have to hear every side of what's going on, because he's like, barring myself and a few other people, you'll never see the Russian side of it. And he's like, and there's
two sides to every story, right?
That's right. And he's like, it is intricate. He's like, it's not a simple situation over there. And he's covered, he was just in Georgia covering the protests over in Georgia. He's gone over to so many places. He was over.
I just pulled him up. He was covering Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Yep.
He is one of the most exceptional reporters I've seen, because he actually goes into zones that a lot of your CNN, like you'll never see CNN go where he's at. Hang
on, Jeremy. Sorry, Czar Baroda. You would only see CNN going in there if they could fake a hostage or a prisoner.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's the media. See, I had to throw that out there. That was so well done on your part. I don't know if you set me up with the softball, but that's your media. We're supposed to trust these guys. Like, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know what to say to you, but like,
no, and it's, you're not wrong though. Like you can tell when something is set up and when it's not. And like, it's interesting listening to like the interaction he has with like the Russians, for instance, because he goes out with different groups and they're literally like, look, like,
right, Clint,
here's the reality, right? Is, oh yeah, 100%. Tucker as well. Patrick's literally told, like, we just want you to understand that, like, you have to do everything we tell you to do. And even then you might get blown up by a drone or you might get shot. He's like, that's just the reality of it. And they're just like, you have to understand that. And he just does, he provides such a good way. And he gives me a lot of hope for the future. That being said, we need a lot of reporters more like Patrick that really will get into the nitty gritty. And the final thing I want to just say is, we're talking about, division in the United States and how they like to use race and how they like to use anything that they can clamp onto. And I'm about to hit one more thing that Mark knows I harp on so much. And look at what NATO is doing. Look at all of the division in and around the NATO conversation and how you have to hate somebody, if you don't hate this person, then you must be for this person, or if you don't hate these people or whatever. It's like, dude, people, they're trying to desensitize you so much. And I remember when I sent Mark the picture and the video of dead Russians on the Crimean Bridge, and he's like, what the fuck? And there were I showed him a comment section of it. There's people that were just happy, gleeful of dead people. And it's like, that it's so insidious. The propaganda is so insidious. And I don't care what side anybody falls on the conflict. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. But when it gets to a point that you can so easily discard human life, you can just write somebody off. Doesn't matter. It's like, I don't know what to say to that person other than the fact that, I'll pray for you, but you really need to figure this out. You really have to look into yourself and be like, I just said that this was okay and I reveled in it. And that's
eventually it will be traumatic for those people.
Oh, 100%.
Dude,
yeah.
the worst part.
Hang on, John, before you go, Jeremy, let's bring it over to John and then
for sure.
something. Can you wrap it up, or was that close enough?
I was just gonna say, look, that division, the division we covered just a while ago, it's everywhere, and people should be aware of it. They should be aware of it, and they should do everything they can to build those bridges, not burn them, and support good reporters that get in there, that show you every side of something and provide another side and allow you to determine how you feel about it with as much information as you can, because that just makes us all better. And
seriously, we as Americans, we live in a free country. There's never a situation in which you can argue, to me, in my humble opinion, in which you're saying I'm not authorized to listen to some other newscast from some other part of the world. And Zulu Link just chimed in on your behalf and said, Mr. Lancaster, great reporting. All right, now let's bring it back over to you, John. If you can, and I know it was only a minute or two ago, but if you can go back in, because Redbeard was saying something, you were about to go off, and then we'll come back down.
Oh, I was just agreeing with him, but when when you specifically talking about dead Russians on a bridge and stuff, and people cheering for that, eventually that is going to be that they will remember that. I will tell you. I mean, dude, when I was in Iraq, I was 21, 22 years old. And the worst thing to get over, it's not like the stuff that you see. It's that, you're trained to be a robot killing machine in the Marine Corps, right? And the only way I can equate to this, people that have never seen combat, I was a wrestler in high school. Wrestling, it's you and someone else. There's no one on a team to help you. And when somebody's trying to whip your ass and you beat them, there's not a feeling like that. There's no different than somebody trying to kill you and you kill them. But then as you age and you mature, you're going to think about maybe they had kids. Maybe they're misguided. So, I mean, I'm not trying to get emotional.
Why am I even here in the first place? So again, this goes into the media. Why am I even here in the first place? What bullshit has been? Oh God, I didn't want you to go down this road. That's
dude.
Too emotional for me, but
so that's the worst part. It's because it felt good to win.
Yeah,
and then like I say, as you age and you mature, that's where the guilt comes from. It's not the act; it's how it made you feel. So those people didn't kill them Russians. They're going to go through the same shit that I did, unless they're just sociopaths. Which, if you actually look at the numbers, I think Americans, some crazy, 30% Americans are scientifically they are sociopaths.
It's wild.
They do not have a chemical response in their brain to traumatic things.
Yeah.
So, and I'll shut up. Learn Me Something's been sitting there patient.
Okay, let's bring it to Learn Me Something just to add to it.
No,
I've not seen any of those studies that say in modern times, but if you look at humanity writ large, there definitely are like a certain percentage of Americans are psychopathic and X, Y, and Z, or actually, correction, not Americans, humans are psychopathic. You know that.
Remember,
but-
sociopathic and psychopathic are two different things.
But all I'm just trying to say here, as we bring it over to Learn Me Something, is that back to the media, we're in an environment in which the media is giving you 30-second, clips or whatever of people being blown up with drones, and it's all pixelated. So it seems like a video game, and that kind of goes into what you're saying, John, as well. And then I know Redbeard, I got to be careful here because we really could talk for another couple hours about this. We're being desensitized in the wrong directions.
100%.
Should all be like, again, when people are on social media, John, when you were making the comment, going back to Redbeard's comment, and everybody's glorifying and reveling in a mother and a father who are non-combatants. It's just a mother and a father who are burned to a crisp in their car, and their child survives, and that's the last image that child will have for the rest of his or her life. I can't remember, Jeremy, if it was a boy or a girl.
It was a daughter. Yeah,
it was a daughter. Okay, I thought it was a woman.
And it was even more disgusting what they said about the daughter. Like, I'll never forget that. Like, it just the most reprehensible. Like, these people were class A, like, degenerate reprobates, and I don't say that lightly, but dude, like, leave the kid out of it, and that's it doesn't matter whether they're Russian or Ukrainian. Like, you don't have to be fucking degenerates when people die, like, because like John said,
again, they were non-combatants. That was a mother and a father on their way to the daycare center or work or whatever, and then now they're dead. All right, Learn Me Something. Let's bring it over to you. I mean, you've been really patiently just hanging in there.
I'm just going to change direction back to the hope component of what.
Thank you. We need some of that. We do need some of that now.
So, with regard to hope, I mean, it looks as though things are, for the most part, in society moving in the right direction. And right now, the one thing that I'm additionally hopeful about is the fact that we've got an administration now that provides us a little extra time, a little extra breathing room to get our ducks in a row, because at some point it's going to turn around again, and there's going to be another onslaught of craziness to go around. So, the one thing that I do notice is that the apparatus that seeks to control everything, and that controls the media and controls Hollywood, their main thing is to destroy, defame, and kill in order to get its way, right? So what's important to understand is that they always want to maintain their stranglehold on power. The only way that we push back on that is as a unified front of people
together
that share ideas and understand that we're a community, and we have to come together as a community, and we have to look out for the best interests of our community, and not allow outsiders to frame our frame things so that we think the way that they want us to think. We have to observe the world for ourselves, see what is going on around us, and act accordingly. Not listen to what somebody else tells you that is a stark contrast to what's actually going on in front of you. But for whatever reason, these people allow that illusion to snow them into believing that illusion is really what's going on. And they're being misled.
Yeah, that illusion. Sorry, just a little quick insertion. Yeah, that a 10-year-old knows what sex they are, and therefore we should irrevocably harm them.
Science.
That's science. It's a 10-year-old. I want to be an astronaut.
Like I say, don't kiss on me until you're training.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, you look at, when scientists look at fossils or skeletons that they find, they're able to determine the sex of that skeleton based upon how the pelvic bone is shaped.
Yeah, right.
But all of a sudden, we've got to throw that out. That doesn't exist anymore. it just doesn't make any sense. It's
Well-
it's almost as though they're trying to break the human mind and at the same time break the human will so that they can usher in the type of government that they want and the type of world order that they
Just
want.
another tool to divide us. Learn me something. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
Mm.
Yes, sir.
And just for the benefit of a certain elite class.
Mhm.
It's not so we are all better human beings that get along with each other better. No, it's so we're better
Yeah.
controlled, drones, batteries,
Yeah.
as
Docile.
Yeah. Hey, I like where you're going. How about this, boys? We're at, and I don't mind going long. I mean, I wanted this to be around 2 hours, but this is a great conversation. I'm having a fun time on a Friday night. I just poured another glass of wine, so I'm in it for a few more minutes, and then I gotta probably either make dinner or just go to bed. I'm so past my bedtime.
Might need to be tucked in tonight, Mark. We'll see what happens.
Well, hey, are you gonna come over and give me? Hey, what story you're gonna tell me?
Oh boy, you got me on that one. I'll have to figure that one out.
No, okay. No one. Well, if anyone can respond in the chat, there is a great, because we like pop culture over here. Just a quick diversion. There is a movie. It's an 80s movie where there's two characters who at first don't like each other, and then one of them says, "You're like, oh, tell me a story," and the other guy says, "Fuck you," and then the other guy says, "Oh, that's my favorite story." I want to see if anybody can respond and tell me what.
Oh man,
Clint is saying we all need a bathroom break. Clint, yeah, so. I mean, seriously. Like you're damn right, Clint. You're right. Bathroom break. Better ants who follow each other. Gene's saying. Gene is just like throwing some man.
Dude,
Either like
what
throwing
a
wisdom
banger.
bombs or like just smart ass bombs. But Gene's on it. All right, how about this, guys? Seriously, you guys start it. Let's just start off with Gimli. Learn me something is probably taking
You guys can go to the bathroom. I'm in the garage. I already went. I don't know if you heard the garage.
Okay, well, hey, I'm right behind Anthony. I'm so like this is the longest, Anyway, but let's start off with you, Gimli. We'll come over to Anthony. We'll end it with Tsar Baroda, which is only fitting because he is the head of an independent country, and then we'll just wrap it up here. And if that takes us the next, 15 minutes, so be it.
Yeah.
And I apologize to anyone who's watching. If you think this is getting long, pour yourself another drink. That's all I can say. We have no excuses.
Strap in and buckle up.
Yeah, strap. Exactly. There you go. You came here for the ride. Jump in. All right, Gimli, start us off, man. Take us where you want to go for the, as we're wrapping this up.
Well, I mean, just wrapping up. I just encourage people to pull that wool that the media has over your eyes and rip it off. We want to see the Wizard of Oz. Open a curtain up, right? If this is one nice thing about the media is they've made it so blatant that they're biased and full of shit. Like Trump gets assassination attempt on Trump. Oh, we don't know nothing about that guy. Transgender shoots a bunch of Christians. Don't know about that guy. Then a guy shoots a CEO and the left likes it. We know everything about that fucking guy, right?
Two transgender individuals, a part of also a weird vegan cult, killed a Border Patrol agent a week ago, and that
really?
story's dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, rip that wool over your eyes. Start learning for yourself. I encourage you to keep your mind open. More information is never a bad thing. And this is another thing that I hate about the media is they're trying to destroy history. If you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it. Bad history needs to be taught so we don't repeat the same shit, right? So keep an open mind. Always have the ability to have your mind change. It's good to have a set of, core values, but I just the battle between good and evil, or like in my personal belief, it's left versus right. I mean, dude, I didn't even know I was a conservative until like 20 years ago. I met my mother-in-law, and then I asked my wife, I said, "Did your mom like me?" And she's like, "Well, she thought you were conservative." I was like, I'm like 20 years old. I'm like, "What's that?" She's like, "Oh, it just means you don't like abortion or something." I'm like, yeah, I don't think you should kill babies. Okay, I guess I'm conservative, right? But that doesn't mean I can't be liberal 10 years from now. I'm all about
But
common.
John, I'm sorry. I just maybe add to your outro, because you just said something, and again, we're talking about the media. Why are John's comments labeled as somehow racist or sexist or whatever? He doesn't believe in killing unborn children. Like, so his beliefs are verboten, but the other beliefs of my body, my choice, like,
Well,
we can't have an adult conversation about, like, well, maybe put the child up for adoption, or why not just beg the question, why were you having unprotected sex to begin with? Like, but you, John, are the bad guy for saying what you did, as opposed to just like, I just want to have a rational
my
conversation.
personal beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. Seriously.
But the people that believed in my body, my choice, as soon as you said I don't want to take a vaccine, they're like, oh, I'm like, what the fuck? That was my body, my choice. The hypocrisy of the media and the left is at an all-time high, and it's so easy to see, right? It doesn't mean that necessarily sometimes they don't have bad ideas. I mean, like, I teach my boys all the time, because obviously we're conservative. I'm like, look, you got right brain people, left brain people. We both need each other. Some people are good at, like, left brain people are very creative. They're good at coming up with shit. Right brain people are good at organizing shit, optimizing it, making it efficient, But anyway, we'll go. That's a rabbit hole. We'll go down.
No, but that's a great point, John. It's just like, we are our own individuals, and we're good at some things and not as good as at others. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But again, like, I don't think that many people that voted percentage wise were voting just on abortion or just on this. But again, that's going way down. I'm just saying, like, when it comes
now
to
you're going down a rabbit hole.
Consumption of media, open your mind, look at multiple sources, listen to people that you fundamentally disagree with. It's going to do two things. It's either going to change your mind, or it's going to make the foundation of your opinion stronger, because you're going to conceptualize their argument and go, okay, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Their argument is invalid. I'm right. Or I believe that this is the right way to go. Or they might say, or you might go, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. And your mind might get changed a little bit. But the only way life is fluid. Life is changing. There's so many variables happening right now throughout the entire planet that you cannot just have an opinion and let it be set in your ways and say, well, fuck you if you don't believe me. You can't do that. If you do that, then you're not adding positivity to the humankind. You're not contributing anything.
But that is where, in my humble opinion, the media, and you gave it like a couple decades. I think this has been going on for a long time. I think the media kind of lost its way. We'll save that for another podcast, but it's been a long time. But so I agree with you, John, but I'm just going to add a little bit of salt and pepper as we turn it over to Anthony and the czar. Like this is another very serious issue to me. This is like of national security importance. We have to figure out, well, our finances, all that, but we have to figure out how to regain freedom in our country, because if you want to sit there and say, you want to be that, like, stand on the hilltop, scream to the world, I'm an American, we're the freest country in the world, I'm just not going to listen to you. I'm just like, dude, you're not paying attention to how we are destroying ourselves right now. And that's why I wanted to talk about the press. So on that note, not to be depressing, but like just to be realist, right? This is an adult table conversation. So John, I think you nailed it. Let me turn it over to, who wants to go next? The czar or learn me something?
Well, sure. I'll go.
All right.
So just
by the way, the czar commanded it. You saw him point at you.
He did.
Oh, yes, sir. We got to do it. He is an independent ruler of an independent country, so we have to do it. We have to abide.
So just to second what Gimli was saying, things really do not exist in a vacuum. Our lives do not exist in a vacuum. We're part of a much larger ecosystem. So there are a lot of different moving parts that are going to interact with one another and cause all sorts of different types of outcomes, disturbances, and things like that. So, getting back to the media component and things like that, I mean,
Hey, Anthony, something just happened with your speaker. Maybe mute it and unmute it because you just went into like a weird muted thing. Now try talking.
Is it good now?
Nah, it's pretty. Is that just me, boys? Does it sound weird to you guys?
Yeah, no, it kind of, it's not broken up. It's just weird.
Did you spill scotch on it?
Is it fine
No.
No, it's not. John, why did you like? That's not helping the problem solving, John. That just makes us all laugh, man. Come on, dude.
I'm here all week, twice on Sundays.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, you. So Gene just
You're
said
muted.
it here. I'll pop it up here before you keep going, Anthony. Gene just nailed it. See, now Gene is Mr. Serious Bomb tonight, but he's saying it's very tinny and quiet. So try it again, but like out of nowhere. So it might be a battery issue if your phone battery is getting a little bit low, because I think you're doing this on your phone. Now Clint just said, hang on. Now this is good. He's basically accusing you of doing helium. So he's saying helium is a dangerous drug. Don't do it, Anthony. Don't do it. Yeah, no, it sounds like you're still doing it. It does sound like you're still doing it.
And the video is starting to get pixelated a little bit. Maybe the battery is.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it might be your battery, dude. Seriously. Look, see, he's now trying to zoom in on his curly mustache.
Bro, I wish I could pull that look off.
Seriously. He's got like some handlebars going on, man. Look at him. He's
Oh,
like,
dude, it's awesome.
oh, if they only knew I was doing
How do you
it.
get them suckers to stay up, dude? I've tried to do it.
Yeah,
before.
dude.
Gotta put the wax in.
I did.
Oh,
There it
go.
is.
Like,
There it is. All you had to do was
Oh,
talk about your mustache and your beard, and now your sound is back. There it is. The glory
Wait,
of the
wait,
beard.
Mark.
continues.
Algorithm.
Mark, I have a theory. Did adjusting the sides, was that like an antenna? What the hell happened like that? What the hell?
This podcast has gotten so out of control at the end. Holy shit, where are we going here?
Holy balls,
But
man.
Jeremy, that was probably the most logical hypothesis I've heard.
It was like, and he
Yeah.
even did like a little
Because
shimmy.
he-
and
There's a cause and effect
muted,
relationship there.
He just did a little of this.
Holy crap.
Suddenly it was back in tune. You know, he was good to go. All right, we've lost control of this podcast. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm choking. I'm laughing. Thanks for everybody putting up with this shit. There's some really cool comments. You know, helium is a dangerous drug. Another one. So actually, here's some advice for you, Anthony. Eat a cran and you'll feel better. I'm not sure if that was
Yeah.
advice for you or John. I'm not sure which one. But, all right, hey, Anthony, continue. Now that we have you back and you're not Tin Man voice anymore.
No, I was just agreeing with John, saying that you know, a lot of these things do not exist in a vacuum, and that there are a lot of cause and effect relationships with regard to a whole host of things within our society, as well as with regard to the media. And it's very important that that people continue to have the dialogue, and that they continue to share ideas without stymieing people's creativity. I think it's extremely important to just listen and even sometimes test out the theories and see if some of these things work. But I think we're moving in the right direction, and in that, you know, as a society, we're turning away from a lot of the things that we used to hold as gospel when it comes to the media, and forging a new path and trying to, you know, step outside of our comfort zone and listen to opposing voices on different mediums and things like that. And I think we can only become better for it.
If we're able to find a way to do that, right?
Yes.
But so I agree that this is an objective we must have as a culture, as a species, as a country. We have to move down that road. And on that note, I'll turn it back over to you guys for, you know, final comments, and we'll start taking it out. But you're absolutely right, Anthony. if you want, well, unless you don't want to fix it, right? Otherwise, if you want to fix this and if you want this to be better and you actually don't want to like be killing your neighbors and like Mad Maxing it every day, Anthony's right. And if you don't agree with that, well, then I guess you're
either part of the problem or you're part of the solution.
Yeah. Well, then, okay, you guys respond to that and let's just take it out from there.
Go ahead, Redbeard.
Oh, my stuff is totally off the cuff. I'll wait for the more reasoned and seasoned people to get their opinions in before I completely destroy.
No, hang on. Everybody in the live stream, that was Czar Baroda's way of saying, "Oh, I'm just trying to position myself for the final comment." He's got he wants to promote his own, the RSS and shit,
I got a question pertinent to the RSS, so I have to answer one of my potential constituents. Okay.
All right. Hey, well, we're definitely in the Joe Rogan era, and I'm trying to avoid that. We're almost at 3 hours, boys and girls. So let's not let this turn into another hour Minnesota goodbye, an hour long Minnesota goodbye. John,
30 seconds for you. Eyes wide open, trust in God. Everything else and everybody else is suspect. I'll leave it at that.
All right. That's not bad. Anthony, before the czar takes us out.
Wow.
Trying to recruit us to his country or something. But hey, but first and foremost, I just want to give you personally, on a personal level, because I can see you right now. I wish I could shake your hand and hug you, but dude, thank you for coming on tonight. I
for you in New York.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, besides that, I'm not going to hold that against you, but thank you for doing it. I'm and by the way, you hit home runs. You nailed it. I really appreciate, and this is just me and you talking. There's behind the scene things. You're just a great man. I really seriously hope there is an opportunity, should God, grant us that where I can sit down and have a beer and eat some food and just be human beings with each other. So thank you for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
No problem. It's been an honor to be on the show and share the dais with everyone here and to, be in front of the chat audience as well. I mean, I'm over the moon excited about the entire thing, and this was really a great experience.
Keep it up, man. I love your content.
And furthermore, I hope we get to hear the old Mission Critical outro tonight. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Ooh.
That's you, the czar. Well, okay. Well, hey, czar, before I guess you've been given the outro platform, let's just turn it back to Gimli and Anthony. Last final comments. I mean, and Gimli, same to you. Seriously, I thought you were a guy who only knew how to stuff 40 clowns in a 10 clown car. Dude, you nailed it tonight.
Again,
you guys haven't seen nothing yet. Look at all that gear up there. We got to do loadouts on, brother.
Well, we both know that's the truth, right? But hey, but seriously, again, and I know, and again, I don't want to say too much, but I know the other things that we talked about. So just thanks to you again. You have shit. You didn't need to be here tonight. So thank you so very much. Now, again, the czar, he kind of barged his way in here. He wasn't, he wasn't part of the game plan.
The door and said, "I'm royalty."
He's like,
"I'm really a big deal." I'm telling you. I just next time I'll bring vodka, vodka and some sausage, and you feel good.
All right, hang on. Again, we all know you're a diplomat and you have dip plates on your cars, but let's bring it back over to John and Anthony. You guys, final comments. Take us out where you want to go, and then we'll go over to the Czar Baroda for a great and now seriously, Czar Baroda. Anthony's not wrong. I do want to hear a Mission Critical level outro from you tonight even on CLS After Dark, because those things always put a smile on my face.
I'm excited.
I can arrange it.
I'm excited for that because I think I didn't know about it. I caught 2 episodes of it and then it went bye. So I didn't get.
I don't know how far that even went back.
Honestly,
I think we did. I'm not sure, Jeremy, but we did at least 40 episodes. I think
we ended, I think, on 50.
Was it fit?
I think
Honestly,
it
you
was
know,
a
and this
perfect
just
movie.
between me and you personally, we should probably have a serious conversation. Why did we stop doing that? We should have just stuck with it.
It was great. I loved it.
Our conversation, seriously, a little plug for Mission Critical podcast here on CLS After Dark. Dude, like I loved our NATO episodes. I think
Those were bang. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Don't even get me
honestly-
started on that, Mark.
Yeah, I do. I don't know anything about that. I'm a isolationist kind of. I'm not America only. I'm just America first. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
uh,
The founders were.
but yeah, I mean, I'd be open to, because I don't get into too much of what's going on overseas. I like to consume media that's only about America for the most part.
well,
Right now, because this shit's been going downhill for a while.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
going to speak for anybody else, but like I'm not an isolationist, kind of the same way you're saying, but like right now we need to like pull back in and focus on
Yeah.
us. We've got
America
a lot of
first.
shit to fix. We got a
America
lot of
first.
shit to fix. Yeah. All right. So if you guys are okay with that, then let's just do that. We'll kind of wrap it up. It's going to be a little over 3 hours, kind of Joe Rogan-esque, you know, Mr. Rogan. I'm never going to try to do some ground fighting with you, but I'd love to have a beer and talk about ayahuasca. But we're going to try to emulate your podcast here tonight. We're going to go a little bit over 3 hours. So on that note, we're going to end with you, Czar Baroda. John, Anthony, again, huge thanks. But why don't you guys take us out? We'll bring it over to the Czar. And then, well, hey, before we do it, matter of fact, I'll just end it. I'll get my part out of the way so we can go into the Czar. And he takes us on the outro, the Mission Critical outro. So we had just a few other comments came in. Great comments, and great to see Clint from Nemesis Cam over here.
Yeah.
He's a snake eater. A lot of the things we've been talking about, he's got some really, again, thanks to all of you. You all bring so much to the table, the different lifestyles, the different
Heck yeah.
perspectives, experiences. That's what makes us humans right there. I mean, that's what I just want to, and I'll end it on that. But I think where we kind of left off, Mike jumped in. I'm not sure. Mike's on ScrewTube. I just see the name Mike. He just says he's saying, "Sorry, I'm late. Catch what I miss on demand." You know, I don't know. I guess he's been on a different Friday night, Cialis After Dark. He's saying, "Glad you're feeling better, Redbeard." Oh yeah, he knows. You know, yeah. Gimli. I love the episode with the Marine Stars, so we're gonna have to do that again. So we're not going to do as many of those kind of episodes, but maybe once every 2 months or 3 months, we'll do something like that because they are kind of fun. Oh, and then he's saying he's going to order some stuff. Oh, well, I love that. I love that selfishly. Gene's chiming in. Thanks to everybody for tonight. Good topic discussions. He's saying, Anthony, you were awesome. He said Gimli is just Gimli, which I guess that means awesome too.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, seriously. That's a compliment. That is definitely a compliment.
I will address Clint's
No, hang on. Before you go to Clint,
No.
we got to finish with Gene because he's talking to you as well. He's saying, "You are my president." Well, so you are his president, and I am his.
I love it.
Glue.
I'm the glue and the magnet keeping it together.
I love
Okay, but
it.
you are the president, so again, you got
Wow,
another citizen
dude.
right there.
Honored.
Yeah,
Honored.
and then we got a bunch of just people just saying, thanks to everybody and good nights and shout outs to each other. And you guys in the chat, just do that. Shout out to each other and
Yeah.
have fun. So, all right,
Hey, real quick,
Czar
Mark,
Baroda, we're
real
going to come
quick,
back
Mark,
to you, but we're going to you right now. So you and then Anthony and then the Czar, and then we're done.
So real quick, because going back to the beginning, I don't think we ever answered the question, how far can you toss a dwarf, right?
No, oh shit, no, we have the
Yeah,
giveaway.
so
Oh,
I got it right here. I
Thank
got
you.
it right here. So this is the winner. I don't know who it is, Mark. You know who it is. This is how far you can toss it. You can toss a dwarf just slightly over a standard chasm. Elves aren't aware of this because it's a tightly kept secret. That's the winner.
Okay, boys and girls. So we're on different platforms. So I'm gonna verify this as we're talking. But that was a gentleman who responded on Twitter or
Yes.
X. I don't know. Is it okay to still call it Twitter, or am I a dinosaur for doing
It's
that?
your show, dude.
You do
Well,
you,
well,
homie.
but what is the appropriate term? Do we just call it X now? I mean, do we really
Technically
just
X,
do that?
but you call it whatever you
Call it
want.
Twitter X. I don't know. I
Yeah.
call it Twitter. Sometimes I call it Twitter X. I don't know.
Yeah, see,
I've never been on it. So.
I'm more on Anthony's side. I'm like, come on, media, just like pick a fucking name and stick with it, right? And somebody else is saying, well, pick a day and stick with the live streams, Mark. I guess I'm just as guilty, right? But all right, so let's go back to Gimli. I think that was the Twitter comment. I think that's over on Twitter.
That's the one you texted me.
Oh, then that's Mike on X. I didn't see him here tonight, but so you're saying Mike is the winner?
That's the winner.
Okay, Mike over on X. I'll respond to that. So that's not in the comment section on the ScrewTube side. That was a comment over on the Twitter/X side. If you don't have a Twitter or X account or whatever we're calling it, get one, and then you can see Mike's comment. All right, so that's what you're going to go with then, John?
Yep.
All right, so
I liked it.
Mike, I'll be reaching out to you. Winner, chicken dinner. And by the way, John, good call. I totally had spaced that out already, dude. I'm already just thinking about how late it is, and like when is Matlock on? You know, or when am I going to watch what's that show about the something
Andy
girl?
Griffith.
I've got to
Andy
pick up the
Griffith
next
is good,
episode of the Gilmore Girls or whatever. But all right, so Mike on Twitter, you're going to win. Still over here. Now, this isn't the real version because the real version has tabs on top so you can wear it as a necklace. But the mini E, I'll reach out to you. You just won a mini E. Well, Gimli actually won it, but John is being so kind. We didn't want to make it seem like a favoritism, so he's going to hand it off to you because you won his contest. But there were some good comments there. I actually like the one about it doesn't matter how far I'm paraphrasing.
That one was good too.
Yeah, as long as you can run faster than him, so the Bears eat him. Like that's how I interpret.
Honestly, I gotta call everybody out. I'm disappointed we only got 4 comments. Come on, you guys.
I agree with that too. That was kind of weak. That was weak. Seriously, you're winning a free piece of gear. Even if you don't want to win the piece of gear, just have fun and make a smart ass comment. I think it's actually because back to what we're talking about media. You said the word dwarf. Like, dude, what the give me a break, dude. We're talking about a goddamn fictional movie where a fictional dwarf in a fictional movie tells a guy to throw him, to toss him.
I gotta it was my idea. I have to apologize. And then when you said something, Mark, at the very end of the live last night, I was like, oh crap, I hope that nobody offended it. So I got on Google and I was like, because somebody put in there like an actual measurement. So I Googled world record
I saw that one. Yeah, that was good. That was good too.
It's outlawed. Like in Australia in the 80s, they were tossing midgets and they had an outlaw because it was dehumanizing. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, I hope people don't think it's a movie reference. You know?
And bachelor parties.
But that was so
They used to do that at bachelor parties around here.
Oh my God. So, hey, just so everybody knows, I'm like 5'5" by 5'5", so technically not a midget, but I can make fun of myself. And this is my last statement. I'll close it out. Mark, I sent you a picture. I like tin-type signs. I got them all over the garage. This is the closing comment. Life is too short to be serious all the time. So if you can't laugh at yourself, call me. I'll laugh at you.
That's
Yep.
beautiful.
If he didn't pick up what he just said, give John a call. And he'll laugh at you for you. Like, you know, like I love that. Like when you first hear it, you're like, hey, what did he just say? It's like, no, I'll laugh at you for you because you're, too serious for a person. You can't do it yourself. So I'll do it for you. I like that. By the way, we're going to have to figure out how to do that little meme thing with the orange the orange construction barrier.
Yeah.
Now
Gene wants me to dress up like a minion. So I don't know about that. Yeah, he is English. I hope you don't have some weird fetish going on over there. Well, I shouldn't say he's English. I don't know. Is he British or is he English? Because there is a difference. I learned this summer. There's apparently a big difference. So Gene, you should let us know.
Well, if he's still awake, we're about to find out. So, all right, here we go. Let's bring it back over to Anthony. Because again, we're already on the way to go to a 4-hour podcast again. Dude, my bladder will not handle that. So Mike said, Okay, I think this is where we left off. Mike was saying, good to see you, Gene, from across the pond. Stay frosty. Husky Bunch, who's being very secretive, is apparently from Minnesota. That's entertainment. Good night, you guys. All right. Well, thanks for joining us here, Husky Bunch, whomever you are, wherever you are. Clint, who's just a great guy, is saying, hey, thanks, guys. Good time. Hey, Clint, thanks for just, joining us here tonight. And now my computer's doing some weird shit.
English in my head.
No, like everything. My computer just did some weird stuff. Hang on, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. All right, I think we were here. Gene was saying, thanks, guys. Good time. Yeah, my computer just weirdly froze up. Gene is saying, hey, Mike, cheers. Shout out again within the chat. And then Clint is saying, and now this is okay. This is what you guys were just talking about. You guys saw this. I'm only now seeing it. So what do you guys think? Does Clint have to grow a beard to come back on? Hey, in the chat or on the video on demand, leave a comment in here. Let's just have some fun. Let's just see what you guys think. Does Clint from Nemesis Camo, does he have to grow some type of beard in order to come back on the live stream or a podcast? Let's leave it up to the viewers, right? Clint, careful what you wish for. By the way, I can help you on the disguise side. So even if everybody says no, we can still put you in a beard. Gene is saying, well done to the winner. That's Mike that we're talking about the Mini E Love Boat. I have no idea what that reference is. I think my brain has already moved past that. Clint is saying, which one of these kids is not like the other? Anybody without a beard, Clint. Anybody without a beard is not like the other. Gene was saying my answer was too rude. Gene, you've not made a rude answer at all tonight, except for this one that you're in your math. I guess that's the only rude answer. All right. On that note, we're caught up on kind of comments. Seriously, guys, I'm not going to lie. I was so tired yesterday in yesterday's live stream. And I try to rally the forces. I apologize to everybody. If I was low energy last night, it's because I was low energy. I try to rally the forces and be there, but I was smoked. Tonight, I was smoked at the beginning of this live stream. And it's not that again, I've had 2 glasses of wine. It's not that. It's the conversation. It's the camaraderie. It's all of you guys. It's all of these gentlemen who've joined us here tonight. It totally just wakes you up and invigorates you. That's how I feel about it. I hope you feel that way about tonight. Thanks for all the comments. Now let's turn it over to Anthony's got his final outro. We're already Joe Rogan. We're in that Joe Rogan zone right now. So let's just embrace it. So Anthony and then Czar Baroda taking us out. Hang on. We got 2 comments or 3. Gina saying something about dwarf tossing. I guess he still wants to throw you, Gimli. I mean, I don't know. You got to.
I'm not doing the distance. You got to toss me. Don't tell the elf.
I'm not joking. I think in today's media and the censorship, that's where we got in trouble. Like, and that's what that video didn't go very far. But it's like, dude, it's from a movie. It's fucking hilarious, and it's so hilarious that John, seriously. I never said this about John. I never even thought that was about John this way. And then John said, yeah, I'm kind of built like a dwarf. And he said it already tonight. I'm 5'5" tall and I'm 5'5" wide. And and this is when I was trying to make the rucksack for nice shoulder straps and everything. So I think that's awesome. So Gene, something about dwarf tossing. Mike is saying, y'all have to shave your beards to roll with Clint. No.
No way.
No.
You don't want to see
Hercules shaved his beard, and what happened? That's not happening here. And seriously, look at Anthony. If you look at Anthony's beard and his mustache, Anthony looks like some regal Persian king right now.
Oh yeah, dude.
Short hair. He's got that nice forehead. He's got like a gray beard. And then he's got this dark mustache with handlebars. Are you
wearing a 3-piece suit and a pocket watch?
What we found out tonight too is if he comes over to hang out with you, dude, you're getting free cable for a while. All right, like you can tune that shit. All right, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, seriously. Anthony is the star of tonight, I think. Just
Hell
with the
yeah,
beard
dude.
and the mustache. And then Gene is trying to say it was rude for people, if I interpreted this correctly. Gene is trying to say it was very rude of people not to give an answer to the dwarf tossing question. Like you were very rude for not trying to enter into the contest.
Yeah.
Tell us, how far can you toss a dwarf? I think that's how I interpret that. So, all right, boys, we're wrapping it up. Again, this is the curse of the Minnesota goodbye. I just mentioned this earlier tonight. Like I'm already doing it. I'm like, dude, just wrap it up. I'm like,
seriously.
I'm having fun.
Hey, I'm Irish. I'll teach you the Irish goodbye. I'm gonna go get a beer, and then you never see me.
I don't come back.
I will teach you the Irish goodbye. We'll meet in the middle. Let's meet on the peninsula or something.
Oh, shit. All right, boys. Anthony, final comments.
Yeah.
Zarbaroda, final comments. And then Clint's final comment. As a matter of fact, this is like Lord of the Rings movie, Dwarfs and Wizards. Yeah, well, I don't know. Is that? Well, I'll take that as a positive. Yeah, Dwarves and Wizards. Sure. Okay. Thank you, Clint. Yep. All right, Anthony.
All right.
And then let's bring it over to the Czar.
So like I said, I had a blast tonight. There was something that came up before when I went on a quick break. My wife mentioned that Larry Elder, I think, is who Gimli was talking about for California.
Yes.
So just wanted to bring that up. Another thing, to the audience that's out there, what you should really think about going forward is, not only the discussion today, but since you guys love tuning into these CLS lives and all of the other CLS stuff, it's very important that you speak to friends, coworkers, people that you may have in whatever other organizations you've got. Try to network with them and see what kind of common ground you've got, with regard to that. But just as important, let them know about the gear over at clsgear.com. Let them know about the great products that Mark makes. I mean, he's making heirloom quality stuff that's good, that's extremely durable, that you're going to be able to use out there in the outdoors and for whatever other sporting needs you've got. So just make sure, spread the word about him and really help him out as much as possible.
We got Buckeye Bushcraft in tonight too, so that's a buddy of mine. He's got a survival school down in Southern Ohio, so that's good news. Good. See, we saw some new people tonight.
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
And Zulu Inc. came back. I haven't seen Zulu Inc. in a long time on here. So Redbeard, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I'm going to do my shameless plug here. I'm actually going to go back and answer a question that Clint had, just scrolling up here real quick. And Clint had actually asked if in my country, if we were going to be part of the World Health Organization. Absolutely not, sir. No, we are practical, insane-minded people in the Republic States of Slavlandia.
I'm so sorry. I apologize to everybody, watching. I could hear everything, but I'm not joking. I'm old, and this is a 3-hour podcast. I don't know how they do it. I had to take a quick break, but I heard everything. And I just want to make one comment before we turn it over to my czar. Anthony, that was very kind of you to say that stuff. But at the end of the day, this is CLS After Dark. This is just human beings having human being conversations. Yeah, it's my company. I should plug it more. I appreciate all that. But that's the loadouts and the other videos. This is, I guess I'm still using my business as a mechanism or a portal to get to these kind of conversations. But this is where adult human beings should be able to come to the table, have a drink, say to themselves, how in the fuck is it that, Gimli didn't go to the bathroom in 3 hours? Because that's what I want to know. How
I told you, I'm in the garage, dude. I snuck over, opened the garage door.
Okay. Well, see, that's what I'm getting at. So Anthony, I didn't want to stop you, but I just wanted to say, like, I really appreciate that. That was
Heck
awesome.
yeah.
But Seattle's After Dark, put the business stuff aside. We're just all boys and girls here having an adult conversation. So, but thank you. As my bladder couldn't stand it anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, you gotta do a loadout. Learn me something.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't hold a candle to what you do. You could stuff a lot of things in there. You can make a wallet like 50 pounds. I mean,
That's why I don't carry a wallet.
Right.
All right, this has officially gone off the rails, and that's what we love about these late night lives. So I don't know. I mean, again, the Minnesotan in me is like, well, I could take another 45 minutes to say goodbye. I'm like, oh, well, Mark, what about dinner? Yeah, whatever. It's Friday night. Anyway, okay, let's wrap it up. Now learn me some, Anthony. We kind of just picked on you a little bit there in a fun way. Give you a chance to rebuttal, and then seriously, Tsar Baroda, the leading political figure and spiritual figure and father figure of the RSS.
Holy balls.
We'll come over to you for the outro.
Quite the accolades.
Well, I'm trying to do.
Like camoed up Rasputin over there.
Talk about
all right, Anthony. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I appreciate that, but let's see if you got any comments in rebuttal. Again, I appreciate that, but whatever.
No, I stand by what I said. I believe in the gear. I believe in this channel. I believe in everything that you and all of the guests you've ever had on here. I believe in everything that you guys do, and I appreciate what you guys stand for. And it's actually a great honor to be here and be amongst you guys. So thank you.
I just want to, so on that note, just again, props to you, props to John. And I'm not taking away from Jeremy, but we did this for, a number of episodes, but props to anybody who, this isn't easy to do. Seriously. I can only speak for me. Maybe it's not easy for me. Maybe this was easy for Anthony to do tonight. Maybe this is, easy for John to do. It's not easy for me to do. It just isn't. So it takes a little bit. So Anthony, thank you for being here tonight. I really do appreciate that. Seriously. It's hard. It's a video. I can't even, it's never going to be the same thing, but thank you. Seriously. I mean it. All right, Tsar Baroda, on that.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. It's not, I'm sorry. I actually like this recommendation. I think we should change your title to what Gene just recommended. Dun, dun, dun. Fidel Baroda.
Unfortunately, I am neither Cuban nor Justin Trudeau, so it's not going to work.
All right, take us out, Tsar Baroda. We will not accept the Fidel Baroda title. Okay.
Yeah.
That was honestly.
I would have
the best defense. It's like, and I'm neither this, and nor am I Justin Trudeau. So therefore.
Yeah, I don't qualify by way of I wasn't just discarded by my illegitimate father. So holy balls.
At least you had a father.
I did. Yes,
he sprang up from the ground.
Dude, he's fantastic. I love my parents.
Hey, before we do the outro, point of privilege. I'm just going to leave everyone with hopefully one last really good thought. And we're kind of dancing around this issue. We're talking about Canada, Cuba, all these other issues. Trump, this administration, I'm skeptical of any politician. I'm skeptical of anything that I hate to say it because I'm a control freak. If I don't have the ability or I'm not in a part of it, I'm always skeptical. But there are signs of hope that because we're talking about Cuba, we're talking about, tariffs are being levied. Oh, you don't want to, it is the FAFO. If we can continue going forward and survive the next 6 to 12 months, we have been so financially weakened, and the press doesn't want to talk about this. But if we can survive the next 6 to 12 months, maybe we can turn this around. And to the point that we're just making here, there's countries who are kind of learning it. And if you don't like it, I don't know what to say to you. It's like, you think I should just give you my money for free? Like, I guess I could come at it from a businessman's perspective. Like, well, just give me free shipping. Dude, that's $15 out of my pocket. That's like, for depending on the product, that might be more than my profit margin or 50% of my profit margin. So like, there is no such thing as that. Like, so there's no more free rides. And I think we're seeing that. Hopefully the media will cover that differently. But Czar Baroda, there's no more free rides, bro. There's no more free rides.
Yeah. I do have a couple policy positions that I would like to explain. Oh, and by the way, I've already talked to Mark about this, and this, I don't know, just so everybody knows, this is only incumbent upon me. It's not reflective of Mark or any of our wonderful panel here, but should things end up horribly down the drain, I will be accepting applications in real time if things don't necessarily pan out for the old US of A. You know where to find me, the old Minnesotan, the Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan area. Look, a smart guy's got to think ahead. That's all I'm saying. So that being said, let me explain some of my wonderful policy positions. First up, and Mark,
hey, don't give us a preamble. We want to
right? We're doing quick fire here. Mark loved this point. Okay. I'm not going to do this bullshit to where every, denomination of the military and the civilian militias are going to have 100 different camo types. Okay. We're going to not be retarded, fellas. All right. One uniform. It cuts out all the bullshit.
Nemesis. We're going with Nemesis.
Like it.
Yeah.
Nemesis. Look, can I like, I know it's your country, but if you bring me on as any kind of cabinet member, I think it's Nemesis. I think we do Nemesis.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. No, if that's one thing Mark and I think are not even argue, we just get up in our feelings about, because we talk about the MIC and what a shit show the camouflage in military acquisition processes, and we're like, no, we're not going through this. All right, no more bureaucracy, no $10,000 shitters. This is what it's going to be, and it's going to be simple. So good news, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have one singular camouflage pattern, and it's just going to work out really well. All right. Look, I'm here to streamline the process and make it simple. The other thing,
stupid.
No WHO. We don't need the World Health Organization. Okay, chainmail camo.
No, but hey, stick on the WHO. Yeah.
No.
Again, Gimli's got to wear chainmail. The rest of us wear Nemesis. But stay on the WHO. That's got to go away, dude.
WHO. We will not be part of NATO. There will be no UN. Okay, we're going to look out for ourselves, and we're going to be neutral. And we're going to be doing business with anybody and everybody, so long as they're respecting us and we respect them. I'm not considering anything out of touch, unless, of course, they want to, break some things, and then I'll not be super happy, and I can't suspect anybody else will. So we're going to have a pretty neutral policy. And picking up the phone and calling somebody that we're not happy with, that's going to be a thing. We're bringing diplomacy back, fellas. All right. We're actually going to solve problems instead of just not talk to people, because that's.
Hey, I'm sorry, Czar Baroda, on your outro. I'm sorry to interrupt. In my big list of notes here, one of the things I wanted to bring out, you just kind of said, and I can't let this go. Mm-hmm. Boys and girls, if you had a real media, people would be asking the question, why did the previous administration not ever once reach out diplomatically to try to solve a problem? Mm-hmm. Czar Baroda, you know what I'm
100%.
You're picking up what I'm putting down. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that's not acceptable. All right.
No, Trump just said it that world leaders are calling Biden. He won't pick up the phone. He'll call you next month.
Well, he was busy getting ice cream, my guy.
Yeah.
All right. So Rocky Road, I believe it was. No, we're going to take ourselves seriously. No income tax. not at the state level or the general level, because that's bullshit and antithetical to liberty. You guys can keep what you make. That's huge. Free trade. We're going to go for an Austrian economic style of running things. We're going to allow the states and the local municipalities to have the greater amount of power. So the power is reserved to the people respectively in the places that they live. Oh yeah, we're going full blown liberty with, as I was telling Mark, I said,
before you say that, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Now I want to ask, I want to know a little bit more of your policies. What about disaster relief? Would you follow the Trumpian model of like, why is there FEMA and push it down to the state level, or would you do something different in the RSS?
No, we have to empower the states to be able to take care of their own people. It's not something that necessarily has to be at the general level. The only thing the general level would maybe even be involved in would be helping the states coordinate amongst each other. That's it. So
if there was something that took place across multiple states, or
no, I mean, and the thing is if we're being actually honest about national defense too, we're going to have a non-interventionist policy. We're not going to have entangling alliances. We're going to keep our people home, and we're going to man our borders because everything else is bullshit. I don't need military bases all over the place. We need to take care of our own people, and in doing that, it'll basically enable us to build up the technological side of our military. We can emphasize training. We can really sharpen the people that we have instead of having them overextended and have horseshit training. And the other thing that I want to do too is I want to make sure that everybody actually gets the training that they're going for. And it's not.
And if I could add one more thing, Czar, again, I don't know if I'm going to have a position as a consultant in your government or maybe as a minister or something. But one of the things I would say to pad my resume would be when we do this, when there's contracts for new weapon systems or new whatever, we actually have war fighters test those out and we look at them.
Real-time feedback.
Is this efficient? Does this make us a more lethal fighting force, or is this a kickback to somebody on some committee, select committee, or whatever in the government?
Yeah, it has to be tested by people, both at the general military level, but also down to the civilian militia level too, because those two things have to coordinate to each other. It's not going to be one of those things to where we don't recognize militias, because in the end of the day, they're going to be the first responders if something happens. So we have to have a robust national defense, and everybody has to be able to be capable of not only getting good gear, but also understanding how to properly use it. So,
so our conversation tonight was about the press, the media, the fourth estate, and we're having fun here at the end of the night. I'm going to go back into having a little bit of fun just as we're wrapping up in that long Minnesota goodbye. But Redbeard just hit it on the nose, and I'm gonna kind of come back to John and Anthony, because we had people talking smack about civilian entities. Call them a militia. I mean, or just people trying to help out their fellow citizens, their neighbors, and we had people calling them all kinds of names during disaster relief. Whether it's Helene comes to mind. Well, but civilians, people on their own have gotten way more done than FEMA or the national or the state level emergency management agencies have even come close to. So to Redbeard's point, well, why is that a bad thing? That maybe that's what we should actually embrace. It's like, let me find a way. And Trump even said it when he was having that press conference with Bass, the governor of Los Angeles, and she was talking about and we're going to get all these consultant groups on it. We're going to figure this shit out, and there's going to be an independent agency is going to come in and fix your shit. And Trump's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let them clean it up. They can hire a contractor. It'll be done in 24 to 48 hours. Like, dude, what you're proposing is going to cost thousands of dollars per household, and it's going to take years to do. I mean, so to Redbeard's point, we're making fun. That's what not to, if you didn't pick it up already, the whole RSS is making fun of bureaucracy, and the shit that we're living in right now. So,
I will say, there's two things.
I'm sorry, before you go forward, and this is why I kind of brought that up, and then I'm just going to shut up, and we got to start wrapping this up, because otherwise it's going to turn into a really long Minnesota goodbye. But Gene is saying the czar could run for prime minister in his country, and it's because the shit show in his country is run from asshats. Hey, you already got another person who wants, dude, this is probably your secretary of defense right here. This is, or your national security advisor, Clint is saying, I'm in, where do I sign up for the RSS? And then he had one last comment. Government tried to stop that and not to let the people. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, let's wrap this up, boys. Seriously, because it's getting late, and I'm not joking. As much as I enjoy this, I am old and broken, and I've got to call it a night. So let's come over to John. Let's drop down to Anthony. Redbeard, when we come back to you, though, no add-ons. You do a good mission-critical podcast outro, and then we're done.
I'll just say one thing here quick.
All right. But hey, before you say it, boys, does that sound good to you guys? We're going to wrap it up that way? All right.
So I just want to sweeten the deal for everybody who's already invested, okay? I'm going to do, it's either going to be a 60-40 or a 70-30 split. I haven't determined it yet, but we are going to have domestic production and not be beholden to other countries. And so that 70-30 is definitely going to be 70% here, and then we'll consult on the next 30%.
Gold standard or a Fed Reserve?
I mean, you'd be retarded to go to a Federal Reserve. I mean, no, we got to keep everything here. It's got to be precious metals, and we've got to have actual. And in saying that, though, that means we only pay on the debts, and we have to make sure those debts are paid off before we do anything else. And then on the final note, I just want to make it a point for all of the people that are leery about law enforcement. We're going to have sheriffs, and they're going to be elected positions as the sheriff is intended. So those sheriffs are going to be under the control of the people, and there's not going to be anything that's going to be at the federal level in terms of the potential of overreaching or anything like that. It has to be vested within the people, because anything else is just, quite frankly, unacceptable. So,
and boys and girls, and anyone who thinks that we're just like, right-wing extremists, listen to what he just said. We're making a fun. We're obviously having a parody.
I'm going to get a knock on my door with how many people want to join.
But at the end of the day, though, like, if we want to have a serious societal conversation, that is actually it right there. It's like, why are we running law enforcement like it's the military? Like, well, that's another podcast.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, that would be a great podcast. Hey, if you're a law enforcement individual, or somebody in law enforcement, or you've got some kind of background in law enforcement, I'm not joking. This is a very serious, as we're wrapping this up. Reach out to me. I would love to have a live stream, CLS After Dark, talking about the state of law enforcement in America today. That's kind of just as that's a very important conversation, and I think people would be surprised, like where I come down on this and stand on this. But all right, Redbeard, can I turn it over to the fellas and let them, and then we'll come over to you for the outro? Can we do that? Because we're at three hours. We're at 3 hours and only one bathroom break for tonight.
Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, let's bring it over to John. Seriously, hey, look, and I got to give you one more set of props. For the record, people, John had some personal stuff going on today, and the fact that he's here with us just shows his dedication and how much he believes in these kind of conversations and what we're trying to do. So hats off to you one more time, John. Take us on out. What are your final comments, sir?
Hey, man, I appreciate being on. We need to teach Mark the Irish goodbye.
I got to take this phone call. I'll see you in a minute. And he just leaves.
But real quick, when you were talking about silver and gold notes and all that stuff, future content.
Yeah.
I'd love to see us have a conversation about cryptocurrency because I know nothing about it. I know nothing about it. So I'd love to learn. That's all I got, guys. Thanks for watching, So
Hey, Gene from across the pond said it's only 3:40 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
good Lord.
What a
Hopefully he
super
works
cool
nights. So
Hey, if only I knew somebody who could hook him up with like some kind of like birthday, Christmas present, something like that. I don't know.
I will say, dude, you guys, this was a lot of fun. I coming into this, I was like, Mark, dude, I was gassed. I worked 51 hours in the last 4 days. I actually feel better now than I did at the beginning. Now having 4 beers might help, but this was, I mean,
it does make it better. Hey, I just want to point one thing out. Hey, real quickly, John, not to take away from your comment, but to add to it. And my cousin, I say this to my cousin Devin, dude, you're working, and John knows this because he's been downrange. Dude, that's combat operations. Putting in that many hours. That is no shit. You're pretty much like awake, and then you get a few hours of sleep, and the whole time in between, you're fucking working. That's
it's satisfying work, though. I can't tell you what it makes you feel like inside when you're at a 85-year-old woman's house and you fix her furnace when it's 20 degrees.
Hell yeah, dude.
There's no way to describe how that makes you feel.
Yeah, there is. That word is awesome.
Yeah,
it makes you feel good.
Complete.
Awesome. Makes you feel like a human. I mean, seriously.
Yep.
All right, I just lost one of my words. That's God's way of saying, you know what else makes you feel like it's time to shut the fuck up. I don't know what just happened here, but something happened. All right, let's bring it over to Anthony. Boys and girls, welcome to the shit show that is CLS After Dark. All right, Anthony, I'm going to try to fix this light. You go.
I just want to say I love this channel. I love the guests that you have on here, as well as the commenters. I mean, the constant interaction that goes on this channel between the people that are actually putting forth the content and those people that are adding to the content, and the discourse that they're having down below in the chat really make this channel just phenomenal, and it makes it a great forum for people to share ideas. And I have to say, I really do appreciate it.
Well, I heard that whole thing, and as I was trying to figure out the light, I guess that was a timing thing. So yeah, we've been on for a long time. But boys and girls, Anthony, like when I first met Anthony was just a customer. Anthony is like, again, I really hope I have the opportunity to have a beer in person with him. Just the same with John, right? Like I love these guys like brothers, and they're customers. So come on over. This isn't some made in China, I don't give a fuck about you kind of company. I mean, that's not who we are. And that's not what we're trying to do here. Even at 3.5 hours on Friday night, who knows what we're talking about. But no, we're just all human beings. We're all just in here. We're all in the grind. We're all in the churn. We're all trying to figure it out. So, all right, John and Anthony, very final comments. Otherwise, I'm bringing it down. Well, down here to the czar, and then we're taking it out.
It's Czar time.
To the czar, next to the driveway.
He's pretty good,
Okay, are we all person? Are we all cheering?
Next to the driveway.
Right, hang on. Slow down, John. Slow down. Anthony's catching up. We're gonna wrap it up with a cheers to the czar. All right, here's to the czar.
That's a driveway.
You can't cheers us. Czar, you're drinking water.
I can do whatever I want. It's my country. I like to party with everybody, It's not too bad.
All right. Hang on. One last final comment came in, and then we're going to bring it over to you, Redbeard. And this is from Gene. Gene is in a very different mood tonight. One night, Gene was like just throwing fucking firebombs at everybody and just blowing everything up. Gene is like, he's like, I don't know. He's like Louis Pasteur or some philosopher tonight. I know he's just like, and he's saying, this is my main learning channel for news and truth about the USA.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Now that I just read that, though, I just realized that's not really Gene. If we are your point of reference for the USA, there might not be that much.
The point of the podcast.
I mean,
You gotta do your own research.
I mean,
Dean just chimed in. Well, Mike chimed in laughing about, and he gave 4 laughing things. I guess that's all 4 of us. But then Gene just said he's sober. I'm not sure about that. How in the fuck are you awake at 4 in the morning and you're still sober? I mean, shit, dude.
That's
and
why.
I hate to mildly discredit this, but I have my own country now. So, I mean, you can't even get your information from me anymore.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. On a serious note, seriously, Czar Baroda, one last time. John, Anthony, thank you guys so much for being on here tonight. This went longer than it was supposed to be. I guess maybe, I don't know if this is
as long as it was
fun, or a bad
lot of
one, I
fun.
don't know. This is what Seattle After Dark is all about. So whether it's good or bad, who cares?
This is what real organic conversations turn into. If
This
this was
is why-
if there was a time limit on
seriously,
it, it wouldn't
This
be.
is why I wish I was sitting around a table with you guys tonight playing Texas Hold'em, eating some pizza and
Yeah.
because we'd be talking about all this stuff
Hey,
while I'm trying to bluff you into, how many
we get
cards I
this
have.
CLS After Dark,
If-
it's a big enough platform. Maybe we can have a get together, or what do they call them? Gathering, like the Pathfinder School has a Pathfinder gathering. Can have a
Talk to,
CLS
talk to your buddy in the Pathfinder. Talk to your
Well, those guys left.
Buckeye
I'm gonna
Bushcraft.
talk
Talk to your buddy Bush.
Yeah.
Where is he? Where is he? I'm trying
He
to
don't
find
work
him.
there no more. They got treated.
Well,
Like,
it doesn't matter if he doesn't work there anymore. He's a good guy.
yeah, but we could have a gathering.
Well, hey, here we go. My final comment on that, though, and then we're going to turn it over to the Czar. Like I follow those people. I don't see any of those guys in my feed anymore. Buckeye Bushcraft, I knew who he was when I saw that name. I'm like, oh, I know who this guy is. Never pops up in my feed at all.
Dude, he's a good friend of mine. I gave him a little peer pressure. I got him in HVAC, so he's in HVAC school right now. He's killing it.
Yeah, John's trying to get me to do it because that might be part of my sleep and my nose shit.
Oh,
but
yeah.
HVAC, it's that's serious stuff though. That's serious. Okay, enough of that because otherwise, again, the Minnesota goodbye continues.
Yeah.
We can't do it. Well, hey, Anthony, I want to give you one last comment. Go ahead, sir. We've been dominated, and you are tinny. Like, no, Anthony, hang on. Seriously, you're back into the really tinny sound, like something.
Get your mustache.
But it's okay.
Get the antennas going.
That's what I would say. As we're wrapping this up, do something with your mustache and think about something that you say that sounds really tinny. That's going to make it sound even cooler.
How's that now?
Oh my gosh.
It's a stash, bro.
It kind of got better.
You got aluminum wax in there or something?
It
You got
kind of got better.
mustache
What the-
deodorant?
Oh, fuck. This podcast and yet again another podcast that's gone totally out of control. Totally out of control.
2 hours and 45 minutes.
You saw it first here, people.
Oh no, hang on, stop. Guys, seriously. Come on, questions.
These things happen.
And they don't
Oh,
know
Blackbeard.
dude, exactly. He just said Minnesota goodbye. You're doing another hour. Like,
And there's nothing like good friends, good drink, and good conversation. Amen.
God bless it.
woo!
Nasiba Butchai.
I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. All right, Anthony, don't even try talking. You're back into the tin, man. So you can, matter of fact, if you want to do something, type a note and I'll publish it. Quest views, Blackbeard, fuck you. That was so spot on. That was perfect. All right, let's take it over to the Czar. Czar Baroda, come on, man. Wrap this up. Let's just get out of here tonight. Wrap it up. Make us all smile, make us all feel good, and give us some inspiration for how we can actually make this world a better place. Take us out, sir.
So I'm going to make you smile just in saying this. I love the idea of all of us getting together, especially if we had most of our comment section. It would be very fun. And hopefully one day we could actually do something like that. Now, I am also not responsible for the fact that it might also be perceived as the actual formation of the RSS. So come at your own risk, okay? Like, you know as well as I do, there's some NSA guy that's taking all of this shit way too seriously, and I'll be the first to know. So I just want to put that disclaimer out there.
Does Minnesota have reciprocity with Ohio? Probably not.
Minnesota doesn't even have reciprocity with itself. They're
Really?
fucking retarded over here.
Yeah.
But all the more reason why you don't listen to them, right? So anyways, on that note, on a very serious note, I want to say it's so cool just being able to get to meet so many people. I mean, both you guys, I think this is the first time I've actually been on with you two in particular, and it's been super fun. And this has been such a, even from the MCP days into now, I mean, I've gotten to meet so many people, and I'm sure Mark feels the same way, to where it's like, you just click. And even if we have some differences, like, we just meld together. And same goes for the comment section. I hope we get more people from the comment section that want to come on this, on the video and talk and go through some shenanigans.
People that disagree.
Yeah. And it's, so I think, suffice to say, we're all pretty blessed at this juncture. I mean, really, it's
I just have to insert real quickly. I don't know if you meant that in a flippant manner but I want to emphasize the serious manner. We are also
very much so.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I can't express that enough. Like, it's seriously a blessing just to be able to get to meet everybody.
Yep. So
that's the beauty of this, and that's the beauty of where media can go. We see where it can go, so let's keep driving it there.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I got. One more thing. I'm gonna do the outro before I get there.
Hang on. What the fuck just happened? Anthony, you just did a finger move. What was that all about? What just happened right there?
Hey,
you're still the Tin Man. Anthony, you're still the Tin Man.
I will say, though.
Try that again with your hand. Try it again.
I didn't want him to forget the outro.
It's got to be your phone case, bro.
Yeah.
Well, actually, but hang on. But even if it is, boys and girls, did you just see him peel up his mustache?
That was so good.
That was impressive.
So
I mean, seriously, he actually has a mustache that he can handlebar. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
even if we can't hear him right now, Anthony, say something.
Well, he's gonna. I'm here.
Nah, you're still tinny. You're really tinny. I think it's the power of your mustache, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
I think your mustache is.
I'm gonna blame it on living in a blue state. It's the blue state.
It might be.
Yeah. No, it's either going to be really good connectivity or it's going to run interference. I don't think there's a middle ground for you.
Hey, hang on, Redbeard. But where we were going with this was the outro, and that's what I think. Learn me something.
Yeah.
Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if I'm interpreting you correctly. You were trying to say, Redbeard, don't forget about the outro.
Yep.
Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, Redbeard, and then let's go for the outro.
On a semi-serious note, Mark and I have been actually talking about some merch ideas. We haven't fleshed it out yet, but there may be a potentiality in the future.
If we can get Blackbeard to help us.
If we're able to pull it off for you guys, everybody in the comments, the guys here, and selfishly for myself, to get some sweet RSS merch. And so we're going to try and figure that out, because I'd like to play this out as much as we can. It'd be funny. But that being said, let me read us into the beautiful outro.
No, hey, because it's a Minnesota goodbye, just stop. Okay, you're ready for the outro? No more comments? All right. John, Anthony, any last final comments, words of advice, or just go fuck yourself things for anybody? What do you got? John?
When it comes to RSS, I'm out if you get a Coast Guard. You know I don't like those guys. I'm tongue in cheek. I'm just joking. But standing at the main gate of Camp Lejeune, and them fuckers going, salute the sticker, salute the sticker. I'm like, fuck you. So if you put a fucking Coast Guard in there, I'm not coming.
We're,
I don't even know how to respond. Where did that come from? What that didn't even make sense in our nonsensical outro.
I don't know. It just popped in my head.
What
It's
the
been
hell
4
was that?
hours, Mark. It just popped in my head.
Okay, moving on. The Tin Man, who just nice
Oh,
pull
yeah.
scotch. By the way, did you just pull that? Was that scotch that you just pulled, Anthony?
Yeah.
Dude, that was a nice. Dude, you just did like 2 fingers of scotch in one pull. Holy shit, dude! I am
Power to
impressed.
stash.
Wow. I'm not sure if you're still the Tin Man, but after that, you're
Is it good
breathing
now?
fire. You know.
Now he's out.
little bit.
No, we can't even hear you now. Anthony, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh.
okay. There you go. Give us your outro.
I don't have an outro. It's Redbeard. He's the outro man. He is the
All
outro.
right.
No, your outro. What do you want to end with? We're ending it. What do you want to say?
Say fuck the Coast Guard.
Okay. Okay.
They're like, hey, you understand?
Totally lost control of the podcast. The podcast is over.
Okay. So, John, can I just ask real quick? Do you just want the Air Force to be part of the Army again? I mean, should we
Yes.
cut those
I would
fuckers
do.
out too?
Yep, Army Air Corps.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's been decided. I relent. All right.
All right, now you guys are doing the Minnesota goodbye. Come on. Come on. Let Learn Me Something do his outro. Don't make any more jokes. And then we'll come over to the Czar and we'll do the actual outro. All right, Anthony, what do you got, sir?
No, I just implore everybody to just keep on trying to learn as much as they can while we've got this little bit of a reprieve in these 4 years, and to constantly try to build more and more skills, because eventually, I'm sure that things will make a turn because people tend to not be vigilant over the Republic. So just keep doing what you're doing in terms of trying to develop additional skills, and continue taking in alternative media and learning as much as you can about what's actually going on in the world versus what is the perception of certain media elites. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you very much for having me on, and thank you very much to the commenters and the other presenters as well. This was a great experience, and I really appreciate it, and I think you guys are amazing.
Well, you're amazing, sir, and hustled six for letting you come over here and do this. But hey, just on a kind of a short note, we'll see more of Anthony in the future. Come on, you do you. You don't have to be in the gear chat. Anthony's doing videos over in the gear chat as well. So, you do you. Figure out how you want to live your life, what you want to do, where you want to get your information. But hats off to Anthony. Hats off to John. And in a weird way, hats off to Redbeard too, although he is the ruling leader of his own country. So on that note, no more hats off. Let's bring it over to Czar Baroda. Czar Baroda, can you take us on out here, sir?
Certainly can. So most of you that have been around.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got comment just came in.
Oh,
This
boy.
is going to help your outro because
Let's
you're
go
a
to 5
Minnesotan.
hours.
Now, this is a Minnesotan. Mike is making a comment about Minnesotan goodbye. Minnesota goodbye on this podcast is like ordering an appetizer and getting a 4-course meal.
Okay, like I'm not gonna lie, that 100% is no bullshit. I've actually watched that in an Applebee's. All right, so it's not even a lie. I am so sorry.
It's very sad. It's not a lie, but it's very sad.
Yeah, no, it's depressing. That's a very depressed person. But
Take us out, brother. Take us out.
Just do
Look.
it. Just do it.
Just
Wayne?
throw me. Just toss me. Just
Just
toss
do
me.
the outro. Just do it. Do it now.
I'm gonna look deep
God, do
into
it now.
In English and then Russian. You got to do both.
Oh boy, now you're pushing it. I'm not that far along yet. But I will say the flame of liberty shall not and will not ever be extinguished so long as there
Oh,
are
are
good
you
people
doing it?
willing to
You're
support
doing
and
it.
defend it.
Start over. Not hang on. I'm gonna bring you full screen because you're gonna do it. You're gonna do the
Yep.
MC.
I am.
Oh, dude. Okay, I'm bringing you full screen. Start over. Go ahead. Go.
So the flame of liberty shall not and will not ever be extinguished so long as there are good people willing to support and defend it. And that means each and every one of you. Liberty is there for you to defend. It is your responsibility. Rights not kept or rights not exercised are rights not kept. So that means we all have to be involved, participating, and willing to fight for the things that we want to keep and the things that we love. On that note, God bless you all. I thank everybody that came here. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be with these gentlemen here tonight, and I look forward to the next one.
Boys and girls, it's my podcast. This isn't the final comment if you want to chime in, but I'm just going to say this. If you haven't watched any of the podcasts, the Mission Criticals, or any of our, if this is your first time watching our podcast, if this is your first time watching Jeremy make those statements, go back and watch other podcasts. I mean this very seriously. I start my intro to this podcast. I say, all of you freedom-loving boys and girls, dude, if that didn't bring a tear to your eye or like make you stand up a little bit taller, what Jeremy just said, I don't know what to say to you. Except I maybe just like go sit at the kiddie table. This is who we are. We are free peoples. No matter where you live in this planet, this isn't a political statement. We all have rights as human beings. Whether you want to give it, say it's God or whatever, I guess it doesn't really matter. But if you believe in freedom, then I believe in you. P. Rick, another guy, said, if you believe in America, I love you. I think we kind of twisted that into like, if you believe in freedom, then I love you. It's the same thing. What Redbeard just said right there. That's Redbeard's outro. Came up with it years ago. I still love it to this day. I miss it. I love the fact that somebody said Redbeard's got to give a mission critical outro. Whoever I'm not going to go back and look at it. We already talked about it. But I love that because that should resonate with each and every one of us. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. You either believe in freedom or you don't. So God bless you, Redbeard. I fucking love that outro. And that just made me feel so good to hear that again one more time. It's been a while. Boys and girls, I'm going to stop right there. I know we're Minnesota goodbye. We're at 4 hours. So John, Anthony, and then Redbeard.
Yeah, you guys are great. I love you guys. You're wonderful. God bless you all.
There it is.
God
John.
bless.
God bless you guys.
John, what do you got from us from OH? Oh, no one comes back to Ohio unless they got burns or they need medical attention or something. You said to me one time.
Nope. God bless, man. Irish goodbye. Later.
Beautiful.
Hey, for the record,
Beautiful.
again, Minnesota goodbye. I have to find a meme of apparently a warning code.
And Mark's still
all
going.
wrapped in orange that talks because John
So
says
good.
that's what he looks like in that hoodie. So, all right,
That's
and we
good.
got
That's
Husky
so good.
Bunch saying "Semper Fi, God and Country and Court." Hey, God bless each and every one of you. Oh, I'm sorry, I should give Redbeard Czar Baroda one more last. Anything to say?
Nothing really. Just be good. Look out for each other. Remember the impetus of securing liberties on you. So,
all right. On that note, right there, we're gonna wrap it up. It's been a long night. I still got to talk to these guys. See, here's the inside.
I gotta
thing.
go to the gym. Shoot.
Well, some people are gonna make excuses. I have to do an after action review. I'm hardwired that way. So
Yeah.
I'll call these guys up, try to do an after action review. Who can ever be here for the next 30 minutes? And then, then I'll think about passing out or making dinner or just pass out and then not even worry about dinner tonight. But God bless each and every one of you for being here tonight. I hope you found this educational, entertaining, edutainment, whatever they call it. Thank you for being here. There's so much more to ponder. And we just did a 4-hour podcast. and we didn't even scratch the surface. Again, I've got a whole page of notes that I didn't even have a chance to ask. There's so much going on around us, and that might be by design. So for each and every one of us, the only thing I can say is I beseech you, I implore you, I try to appeal to your sense of humanity. Take a step back, slow it down, take a breath, and try to, like, how do we improve humanity? How do we try to be better human beings? How do we try to be better neighbors? How do we try to be a better person? Do your own individual goal if that's what you were going to strive for. If it's just all about you because you're a narcissist, whatever. But then make that the best version of you that exists. And that version of you has got it's only good if it helps society, helps your neighbors, helps a stranger, whatever, who knows. But that's all I have to ask. That's my ending, comment here for tonight. I implore you. Let's make 2025 the year where it really fucking does matter. Make this the year where we turn this around as human beings, where we don't laugh about, where we are all, each and every one of us, appalled when people are applauding the deaths of innocent people in some fucking conflict. What the fuck are we talking about? Why aren't we on Mars? Why aren't we on the moon? See what I'm getting at? So I'm gonna leave it at that. That's my final comment here tonight. Well, my final comment actually is this. I forgot about this. It's not even cold anymore. I had it I had it hours ago. So here's to everybody who's watching this live stream tonight, live or on demand. Let's make 2025 the year of humanity. Let's turn this shit around. Let's make the media accountable for lying to us. Let's make our governments accountable for lying to us. Let's make this an era in which we as human beings say to each other, enough of this bullshit. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Like, there's always going to be conflict. You have them in your family. We have in our communities. That's always going to happen. But let's put our eyes on the prize. That's what I would like to see in 2025. Here's my shot. I can't even do the whole thing. I'm so tired. I'll take a sip.
And I'll just say one thing. If it does all fall apart, come find me in the Midwest. I can't promise a space program, but it'll be better than what you came from. So,
and we'll actually go to the moon.
Yeah, we may. Give it a shot, anyways.
Well, I was trying to be serious in my goodbyes, but you guys just kind of made me realize, like, do you guys want to add to that? I was serious what I just said there. Like, why?
No, I'm dead.
Why are we not on the moon? Why are we focusing on these petty bullshit issues? There's so many more important things that face us as humans.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm actually dead serious. Like, if it don't work out, ladies and gents, like, my zip's over in the Midwest. Let's make something real happen. So, is what it is.
Right. Anthony,
here's the hoping.
Yeah.
Here's the hoping for not that.
I'm all done.
Right.
All right, boys and girls. Thanks for being with us here tonight.
Yeah.
This was another welcome to CLS After Dark. You never know how it's going to go.
Yeah, this
Tonight
was
was just another. Matter of fact, actually, if there was a common denominator, I would attribute to CLS After Dark. I would say shit show. Tonight was another shit show. Welcome to the shit show. It was 4 hours long. Whatever. I hope you enjoyed it. I guess next week we'll see you on Thursday, not Friday. Oh gosh. Seriously, leave me a comment in the on demand in the comment section. Maybe Thursday's a bad idea, but I'm thinking towards the summer. Like, no one's gonna hang out here on Friday night in the summer. So I'm thinking Thursday, but so next week
Friday.
What'd you say?
I would do Friday.
Well, but I don't think most people are willing to do that. So
Anyway,
we'll see what we're. But next week it's going to be Thursday. CLS After Dark is going to be Thursday of next week. We got the Millstone on Monday, and then the loadouts are going to be on Mondays. You know, here's the deal: we're all human beings. Shit happens. Yeah, maybe it'll be on Thursday for and if no
Maybe
one wants it on
the
Thursday,
return
then
of
we'll
Mission Critical.
move it back to Friday. Whatever.
How about the return of Mission Critical?
Well, damn, Redbeard, we need to talk about that seriously. So, I mean, Anthony, that's kind of again Minnesota goodbye. Maybe we can just do this in the after action review, not drag everybody through over the broken glass and the flaming cold of our last conversations here at the end of the night. But Jeremy and I have talked about that, so and I'm not going to throw that under the bus. So here's the deal, boys. I love doing the after action reviews. I'll give you a call in a second.
Yep.
We're going to end this in a few seconds here. Once we end the live stream, we will still be here. I'll make a couple comments and then I'll give you guys a call. But let's end it. You guys okay? Let's end the live stream. We already said goodbye.
Great job. Great video. Thank you. Oh, Gimli's back.
Gimli's back.
Mark,
Here's the deal. I'm not as impressed that Gimli's back. I'm more impressed that Blackbeard didn't just do 4 other posts saying Minnesota fucking goodbyes.
I've been over there listening. Hit the button, Mark. Hit the goddamn button.
All right. And you guys, any comments?
No,
that's it. Done.
Yeah, John's like, no, I was 30 minutes ago. All right. Thank you guys for joining us here tonight. Welcome to CLS After Dark. It's a shit show every time we do it. It just is what it is.
Hey, man, at least we do it right.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, you got to do it right.
So next week, it'll be on Thursday. We're moving this to Thursday. So next week, it'll be on Thursday. If you have, excuse me, that's what a little bit of wine does. If you have questions for any of these guys,
you'll be good.
Seriously, if you have questions for John, Anthony, or Jeremy,
Your chat.
put them in the comments on the video on demand, or just reach out to them directly. But if I can, I'll help facilitate any questions, comments that you have. Until then, hey, we have one last comment here.
Somebody's still on?
Well, there is one person still on, and he said, I don't have to make another pot of coffee. Goddamn Husky Bunch, who's apparently from Minnesota. I have no idea who this person is. I love this person already because that's it right
Blackbeard did comment too. I don't know why he's still, I mean.
Well, I don't see any of his comments.
Mike and Gene and the Husky Bunch, they all just commented a minute ago.
Gene?
Gene's
Gene's still awake? Oh,
I guess so, yeah.
Gene, what? He gave a woo.
No, my word.
All
right, boys. Love you long time. Talk to you.
Seriously, how about this? Okay, there it is right there. Seriously.
Bye.
Hey,
God bless all.
Seriously. God bless everybody. Seriously, everybody in this group tonight. Maybe this was the wrong group of people to have a podcast because we're all just talkers and we all just love and want to hug everybody and whatever, I mean, look at Anthony right now.
Oh, he's frozen.
He's frozen. Look at his frame is frozen.
No, I'm not frozen.
His
I'm in a spot.
Yeah, he's frozen.
He looks like
I'm still
Pilot or something like that.
You gotta look at his
Anthony,
face.
are you
Like,
still even there?
Fuck.
I don't think Anthony's even here anymore.
No, I'm here.
Right, that's it. We're wrapping up Friday night. What a great Friday night. So much more fun than going to a bar, in my opinion, any day of the week. God bless each and every one of you for putting up with our bullshit tonight. Oh, no, Anthony, now you're back.
I'm here.
You were so frozen. You were so frozen for a while. But all right, if you got questions and comments, reach out. You know the deal. I will help you out as best I can. I can't speak for any of these other incredibly bearded, masculine looking individuals. I can't speak for them, but I can speak for me. I will help you out as best I can. So until then, I'm sorry. One last comment. If you have an idea for a future conversation, or if you want to be a guest, seriously, John and Anthony. I mean, John just started doing this recently. Anthony, the first time over here. if you guys want to come over here, like reach out. We can have a conversation. Don't be afraid. I know it's scary. I'm scared every time I do this stuff. I'm not lying. I am.
He
It's
is.
live
It's
streaming.
true.
I'm even scared right now. Like, why are you drawing this out for another 15 minutes? Blackbeard's right. Minnesota goodbyes, da da da. But anyway, seriously. But I mean, it's serious. We're all human beings and we're all in this together. So if you have a question or comment, reach out. I will help you out as best I can. If you ever want to be on a podcast, reach out and let me know as well. If you have a suggestion for a podcast, reach out, let me know. I'll do the, we'll figure that out too. Until then, Gene, getting it all wrapped up. It's probably like 4 something in the
Is
morning.
he still awake?
Yeah,
He's ready to go to
hanging.
battle.
Yeah,
He's like, oh, it's 4 a.m. I'm gonna have some. Like, he won't even have any.
He's
coffee.
hardcore. He's hardcore. Absolutely.
Well,
He just said time to get up. He's making his coffee.
No, but he's English. He's making tea, which doesn't really wake you up like coffee does.
no,
so-
he drinks coffee.
So, in other words, Gene is
He's
even
a good
more of
dude.
a badass because he's getting up at 4 a.m. or still awake, drinking tea, and he's
He doesn't even wake
Gene
up.
even
with
just-
8:30
he just
caffeine.
chimed in. It's
Right
apparently
there across the pond. There you go. We're
yeah,
good.
it's 4:16. He's 4:16. All right,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
wrapping it. We're ending it. What a fun night. Thank you guys. This is why we went to CLS After Dark. What a great night. Great last Friday. We'll move it to Thursday next week. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here in the live and the chat and anybody who watches it on demand. Please do share it, like it, comment. I mean, because as we were talking about tonight, censorship is real. I mean, and maybe I didn't do a good enough job of providing my statistics that lead me to believe it on ScrewTube, but it's there. It's and same with Instagram, all that kind of shit. So anyway, thanks for being here tonight. I hope I see you on Monday. We're gonna, matter of fact, Redbeard, throw you under the bus. Are you prepared for Monday? F kits. We're talking about
yeah.
F kits. Okay.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
are,
I'm
you
prepared.
are our guest on Monday.
I'm sure we'll find a way to derail that too, but I digress.
There you go, boys and girls. Welcome over. Whatever you watch, it's a shit show over here. So have a
Love
great
you, long
weekend.
time.
But it's authentic. It's an authentic show. What you see is what you get.
I can't even say
Shit.
goodbye. I can't even say goodbye over here. I like the interruptions, the comments. Seriously, Quest Views. Thank you. Come on, Quest Views. This is the Minnesota goodbye. Help me out. Quest Views says good morning, Gene.
Good morning, Gene.
We're so fucked. And this is so stupid. All right. Thanks for being with us on a Friday on the CLS After Dark. Total shit show, out of control. And that's what makes it human. So thank you.
I'm going to show your feet so we can all get paid for our time at least.
Anthony, are you and I the only sober people? Do you have anything to say here? You are, again, for the record, if you're still here, you're
What?
frozen on the screen and you do look
I'm frozen again?
yeah, you're frozen and you really do look like some kind of like a biblical figure. I mean, like, because you're looking down with your eyes and your beard. Your
Oh,
beard
you-
is pretty
yeah,
good. You know,
You should
Yeah,
see
you're-
the horrible
you're totally
sandals
frozen.
that I had to get for my course, so forget it. That'll be very biblical.
All right, boys and girls, we're signing out. I'm calling tonight. Have a good night. Have a great weekend. Thanks for being here tonight.
All right. God
Please
bless
do-
all.
Yeah, please do take in consideration all the comments that we've made tonight. We're not saying that we're the experts or we are right. You've got to do your own research. You have to reach into your own soul and figure that out for yourself. But I hope we can turn this around. 2025 is the year to do it. So positive energy. Thank you so very much to our guests for being here tonight. Thank you to all of you guys for being here. And if we're still not, if we're not paused or frozen, Gene, start spinning it up. Here we go. Reach out anytime. I'll do the best I can to help you out. Until then, keep thinking, keep moving, and boys and girls, never, never fucking quit. All right, we'll see you guys on Monday. Take care. Be good. Have a great weekend. God bless you. Love you guys. Woo!